Thanks to the organizers of the conference for wanting to include me in what is proving to be a very stimulating event. I'm sure that this morning's session will not lower the standard. In this conference's effort at dialogue with the United States on questions of cultural heritage and of the legal framework created by the Italian Republic to safeguard heritage, I speak to you as Director of the Office of Sacred Art of the Archdiocese of Florence and Director of the city's Cathedral Museum, the Museo dell'Opera del Duomo, as Jennifer said. And I speak on the theme of public and private in the promotion, valorizzazione of cultural heritage. We will all speak on that theme in this morning's session. The specific subject I've been asked to treat is religious cultural heritage, extraordinarily rich in Italy and in all of Europe. And I speak both as a former consultor of the Vatican Commission on Church Cultural Heritage and as president for 20 years of Ars et Fides, an international association of volunteer guides in historic churches with its legal home in Belgium. The point I will make is one I already advocated in a Council of Europe conference in Oslo in 2000 on the role of the private sector in this area, and also as keynote speaker at the United Nations World Tourism Organization conference in Utrecht in 2016 on religious heritage tourism in a changing society. Namely, that to preserve, one must first promote understanding of what the United Nations World Tourism Organization accurately defines as a fragile heritage. People can be persuaded to preserve that which they have been helped to see as important in their lives. To put it in the terms that Sarah Harding introduced yesterday, the tangible cultural heritage really depends on its own intangible component, which has to be explained first. In the Church itself, this has not always been the case. Preservation, that is, has not always been accompanied by attention to religious meaning. 15th century Pope Sixtus IV's gift of important examples of classical statuary to the city of Rome, like early 16th century Pope Leo X's appointment of Raphael as superintendent of archaeological findings in the Eternal City, were legal actions meant above all to guarantee the physical preservation of antique works held to be of significant historical importance. It was really only in the early 19th century that things began to change, with Pope Pius VII, mentioned several times yesterday, famous for having negotiated the Concordat of 1801 with Napoleon, and then in 1809 for having refused to cede the Papal States to France, telling the emperor's representative, non possumus, we cannot, we should not, we will not. In 1802, a year after his election, and at the suggestion of the then Inspector General of Fine Arts of the Papal States, the sculptor Antonio Canova, Pius VII had created an administrative structure designed to protect Rome's treasures, later expanded and reiterated in an edict of 1820. The edict recalled how church leaders of the past had forbidden the alienation of masterpieces from the Papal States, but also lamented the fact that their very wise laws had proven ineffective. Pius VII forbade even bishops and cardinals from removing works from their original place and authorized the Vatican arts authorities to buy works still in private hands to prevent their being sold abroad. Among the artworks to be saved, in addition to ancient statues and reliefs, his edict included medieval and Renaissance paintings on wood panel and canvas. These provisions for the preservation of the Church's artistic heritages still said nothing of the meaning that that heritage had for the institution, apparently taking it for granted that this was obvious. As the 19th century unfolded, however, the Church awakened to the epochal change that modernity had wrought and in its theology, spirituality, and art, sought to reactivate the fervor of earlier ages. This was true also in literature and art, from François-René de Chateaubriand's 1802 Génie du Christianisme, the animating spirit of Christianity, to medieval and Renaissance revivalism in architecture and art. And a similar process in philosophical thought produced the neo-scholastic movement in opposition to modernist ideas. These reactions, defensive and nostalgic in character, shaped the aesthetics of an influential churchman, Cardinal Celso Costantini, who in 1913 published an essay in Father Giuseppe Polvara's influential magazine, Arte Cristiana, in which he cited the conviction of the German Nazarene painter Friedrich Oberbeck, who had died in 1869, that only uninterrupted interior prayer can maintain the artist's enthusiasm. Only a life lived according to the rules, a pure life, can give the artist that peace of the spirit and of the heart that is absolutely necessary to produce truly pure works. The same nostalgia gave form to the Fra Angelico School of Art, founded by Polvara at Milan in 1934, with the permission of the city's Archbishop Achille Ratti, later Pope Pius XI, and still echoed in a famous discourse of Pius XI's successor, Pius XII, in 1952, which insisted that the great masters of Christian art of the past had been interpreters not only of beauty, but of the goodness of God who reveals and redeems. Pius XII said, artists translate Christian truths in easily legible, universal terms and communicate their intimate meaning and emotion with an efficacy, a lyrism, an ardor, such as perhaps even the most fervent sermon lacks. This new awareness of art's role in communicating religious faith, born alongside the similar 19th and 20th century sensibility to art's importance in creating national identity, gave the question of preservation and conservation urgency. In the 1960s, then, Pope Paul VI went a further step, investing contemporary art with a responsibility for the spiritual formation of believers that he compared to his own priestly mission, a view enthusiastically shared in the United States, where an official Roman Catholic text of 1978, Environment and Art, prepared by the Bishops' Committee on the Liturgy and published by the National Conference of Catholic Bishops, insisted that contemporary art forms belong to the liturgical expressions of the worshiping assembly as surely as the art forms of the past. The same document defined the necessary balance between contemporary and historical art in places of worship, stating that because it is symbolic communication, the liturgy is more dependent on past tradition than many human activities are. But the same document noted that because it is the action of a contemporary assembly, liturgy has to clothe its basically traditional structures with the living flesh and blood of our time and our arts. In the same spirit, Pope John Paul II's 1999 letter to artists gave great attention both to church art of the past and to contemporary art in the service of the worshiping community, insisting on the vocation of Christian artists in all periods to communicate holiness. One of the most significant texts in this process was a pastoral note of the Tuscan Bishops' Conference, published 2 years before John Paul II's letter. Entitled, Life Has Become Visible, Art and Communication of the Faith, it was written in preparation for the holy year of 2000, a Jubilee year that would see millions of pilgrims, not only in Rome, but also in other Italian cities. And the note sketched the theological reasons for considering ecclesiastical art a component of the faith experience of all Christians, urging those who would be involved in welcoming pilgrims to explain to the pilgrims the history and meaning of the sacred buildings, sculptures, paintings, and other works the pilgrims would see. In its 12th chapter, the pastoral note extols the capacity of artistic masterpieces to touch visitors deeply, saying, and I quote at some slight length, "In the simplicity of a Romanesque country church, in the gentle beauty of a Christ by Fra Angelico, or the inner drama of statues by Donatello and Michelangelo, every believer, and in truth every person, whether a believer or not, can grasp meaningful aspects of his or her own spiritual search. Across time and beyond the cultural and historical divisions that separate us, this so human art discloses an underlying communion rooted in our nature, which is the first gift the Creator makes to all of us. By inviting those who are near and those who are far off to contemplate New and Old Testament stories and the lives of the saints in mosaics and frescoes, stained glass, altarpieces, and statues, we are doing what the Fathers present at the Second Vatican Council had in mind when, in a council document, Gaudium et Spes, they wrote that the Church invites even atheists to reflect on Christ's gospel with an open mind, and invites them courteously, humaniter in the Latin text, as one might talk to a neighbor on the basis of a common experience of humanity. The Church can allow herself such courtesy, the document concludes, with Christians and of other confessions, as well as with non-Christians, because, as paragraph 21 of Gaudium et Spes states, the Church knows perfectly well that her message is in harmony with the most secret aspirations of the human heart, whenever she defends the dignity of the human calling and thus restores hope to many who despair of finding a higher destiny. And the document concludes, through the art of our churches, we are thus called to satisfy not only the legitimate requirements our visitors have as tourists, giving them an adequate art historical introduction, but also the most secret aspirations of the human heart, so secret that visitors often do not consciously feel them, even though these aspirations are real. The aspiration to find sense in life, meaning in history, communion with neighbors and with those who are distant in space and time, communion with those who have gone before us, communion with the past. This is what I mean by promotion, what in Italian we call valorizzazione, at the highest level. And it becomes the evident and sufficient reason for preserving all expressions of the Church's cultural heritage destined to enrich and transform human beings of future generations. Thank you. In the style that emerged in yesterday's session, at this point, with some slight embarrassment, let me invite the other members of the panel, if they desire, to comment on what I have just said. Freely, I'm happy to be crucified. No, that's true only in the most mystical and spiritual sense. But
only resurrection comes up.
Resurrection comes later. We have the last word, always. Very good. If someone would like to plunge in at this point or do so later, though, you're very welcome to.
Thank you. I will do my intervention. So.
All right. In that case, let me, with great pleasure, ask Lorenzo Casini, professor at IMT Lucca, to take the microphone and speak.
Thank you, and I'm grateful to the organizer for having invited me to this very exciting meeting. I will say something on what you just said. In my intervention. My intervention is titled Promotion of Cultural Heritage. So my first point is that I need to complement the title, since I think that the Italian word valorizzazione cannot be completely and properly translated into promotion. We need a different word. It's a word that the Italian government struggled a lot in order to have it recognized in the G7 declaration here in Florence in 2017, and the word is valorization. That is a word that is quite uncommon I know, for US people, because we had a lot of arguing on that, but the European Union accepted and used it in other documents, and that was the argument that allows Italy to obtain the word valorization in the G7 declaration. The reason why it's important to use the word valorization, it's something that emerged from what was just said, that it is, according to me, the most appropriate word to express the intangible component of and the tangible element of the tangible cultural heritage. Since the word valorization, nothing had to do with the economic value, has to do with the cultural value. That is something that is expressed by the tangible heritage. So in my intervention that I rewarded promotion and valorization of cultural heritage, I will focus on three issues. Basically, I will try to address three questions. The first is, what is valorization? So that's the point we should think of. The second is, what does valorization tell us about the public and private distinction and the public and private relationship? And the third and final question I will try to address is why valorization is so important, or it should be so important. So let's start with the first point. So what is valorization? I already tried to give a response to that. Valorization is a set of activities aimed at increasing access, enjoyment, education, knowledge about cultural heritage. So take the Colosseum in Rome, for example. Valorization is whatever allow people to know about it, to enter the Colosseum, to access it. Even having a postcard of the Colosseum is a form of valorization. If you have a bar close to the Colosseum, allow you to eat or drink something in order to stay more into the Colosseum, is a form of valorization. So you see that valorization is something that allow people to better understand and better enjoy the cultural value that is inextricably linked to the tangible element. So that's why promotion is not enough, according to me. Promotion is quite good for intangible cultural heritage or for cultural activity, for performing arts, for cinema. But if you move to tangible heritage, the word valorization expresses something more. And that's why we have also in Italy now a valorization also in the Constitution. The Italian Constitution, after the reform of 2001, basically decided to have the word valorization into the text, together with the other word that is tutela, preservation, conservation, that is the main element, because as I always say, if you do not protect, if you do not preserve, you will have nothing to valorize. So that's something that not all the people usually understand. So let's valorize this. And this is why these two functions, public functions, preservation on the one hand and valorization on the other, might be in conflict, because as I give you the example of the Colosseum, if you want to do too much valorization in the Colosseum, you have risk for protection, risk for preservation. So sometimes you cannot allow too many people in a place for reason of protection. I would also say for reason of enjoyment, because if you are too many people in that place, perhaps you're not enjoying that place as you could. But of course, there is a relationship within these two public functions. So let me conclude this first point on what is valorization, saying that it's basically a public function that you should see it from a dual perspective. On the one hand, the regulation of this function. On the other hand, the moment when you exercise this function, when you deliver this function. Now, this is quite different because when you regulate the function, you can think of many instruments, including fiscal instruments, in order to favor this kind of activity. Whilst if you think of the exercise of the function, then you have to move to the public authority. So you are thinking of the public authority trying to valorize something like you can have in many European countries with so many public ownership for cultural heritage. And so there is a duty also to valorize and to foster education. So this brings me to my second question to address. So what does valorization tell us about public and private distinction and public and private relationship? Now, the first point is that let's go back to when valorization was born. So the word is quite recent. The word is something that was first used in the 20s of the 20th century. So it's about 100 years that we have this word. Actually, in Marcel Proust's novel on La Recherche du temps perdu, you will find the word mise en valeur that is used as the art of nothing. So basically, you have people talking about, what do you do? Well, I do many things, including mise en valeur, no? That for Proust was nothing. But that was 100 years ago. The reason why we have a turning point is that when the word was started to be used, it expressed a change in how we see cultural heritage, a crucial change. A crucial change from, on the one hand, the perspective of democratizing and fostering education that was not only protection and preservation, but also increasing access, increasing enjoyment. On the other hand, was a turning point in how do you see the relationship between public and private. Because from that moment, you moved from a bilateral relationship, so the public authority imposing limitation to private ownership, to a multilateral relationship that is given from the public that needs to access those property, but also private investor or private citizens who wants to do something, who want to valorize their own property or to help public to valorize public property and public cultural property. So the appearance of this new function changed the framework and changed completely the kind of relationship between public and private. The second aspect on why it's important to consider valorization in the public and private distinction is that it is a case where this distinction, the distinction between public and private, is crucial in order to regulate the function. You cannot regulate the function of valorization without considering different contexts if the initiative is from the public or from the private, if the property is publicly owned or privately owned, if the legal regime is private law or public law. I mean, this of course goes with the countries and states where this distinction is more relevant than others. So even in common law context, it's now becoming relevant. Or the money. Of course, it changes if the money comes from the private sector or from the public sector. So you cannot treat this function in the same way. This is exactly the reason why, if you read Italian legislation and if you go to valorization, you see that there are all these distinctions. To the extent that a single museum, if it is a private museum, is delivering a service that is useful for collectivity. If it is a public museum, it's delivering a public service. It is exactly the same museum. It might be exactly the same museum. It might be the same museum with the same collection. But the kind of activity changes in order to consider a different regime if the owner is public or private. So this gives you the idea of how valorization affected in regulation the way in which the public and private distinction is considered. And this is why, and that's my final point for the second issue, that it's crucial to avoid ideologies. So it's crucial to avoid the idea that, of course, and that's for me as well, instinctively we might think that if it's better if the public has the possibility to do everything. But history tells us that it's not possible. The cultural heritage is too much. The money we need is too much. So public and private must, of course, cooperate. And it is true that the private sector is not the only solution, but it's also true that public can do everything without the private sector. So that's why it's crucial to have cooperation on that. And that's my third and final question. So why is it so important to study valorization and to consider valorization? The first, and I hope that in this brief intervention is a bit clear, is that valorization gives us a better understanding of what cultural heritage is. It's a better understanding of the complexity of how tangible cultural heritage is a link within a material element, as it was said, an intangible component that is the very reason why we protect cultural heritage. Because it's only that Colosseum that gives me that feeling when I enter the Colosseum. There won't be any reproduction in Las Vegas or other countries or cities of the United States giving the same emotion that I will have going into the real and unique Colosseum. The second, as I said, is that it was the appearance of valorization to move cultural policy towards democratization, to education. So that's the core of valorization. So please, I tell it again, forget about economic value. This is a consequence of those policies. It's not the aim of valorization. Third, and that's, I think that is something that will emerge in the other intervention, is the transformation of cultural institution. The transformation of cultural institution is meant as the fact that those institutions are not, I'm thinking of museums, are not only places where you protect, where you preserve, are places and institutions, living institutions, where you have to communicate, where you have to educate, and where you have to promote, and in one word, to valorize your heritage. Final issue, and that's very interesting from the public policy perspective, the valorization was an instrument for distributing public powers. It became an instrument to distributing differently function and task in a state, because whilst protection and preservation, it is reasonable that is given to the central authority, to the state, for many reasons, valorization is an open function. So you don't have to give only one authority the permission to valorize. The one thing is the permission given by the protection authority, by preservation authority, but the idea of valorization, why should be detained only by one authority? It's open. It's open also to the private sector if you have a good idea to valorize cultural heritage. So I want to conclude citing one person that, I mean, it comes to my mind immediately when I read the Italian law, cultural heritage, a dialogue with the United States, that is John Merriman. The reason why I mention him is that when in 2008 I went to visit him in Stanford, and we spent the whole morning in conversation about Italian law, cultural heritage, at a certain point he said, please tell me more about valorizzazione. I want to better understand the meaning of valorizzazione. And I explained it, and at the final of it was, he said, okay, grazie per essere venuto. I said, oh, you speak Italian perfectly. I said, we could have spoken Italian. No, your English was good enough. Okay. I'm not sure he understood exactly what valorizzazione is, but I hope that you at least understood something of what I think valorizzazione should be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, let me ask the other members of the panel if they want to intervene. There'll be a second round, but if someone wants to speak immediately.
Yeah, I think the link is already there. Good morning, everyone, and thank you. I'm Riccardo Lamy, representing here the Fondazione Palazzo Strozzi as head of Development and External Relations. And can you hear me now? Okay. And I think that maybe it's the perfect, let's say, even if hard, thank you. Even if maybe it's an hard act to follow, as they say now after Lorenzo speaking. But I think that I was asked to come here and to talk about the idea of the art foundations inside of the realm of the valorization and the promotion of the cultural heritage. And I think that, of course, here I represent the Fondazione Palazzo Strozzi, and that has been consistently considered in Italy one of the most interesting example, and a sort of a case study in a way of this process, as Lorenzo was mentioning, of transformation of legal entities and structure and infrastructure in culture during these last 20 years of reflection about what is valorization and valorization and the idea itself of promotion. Trying to link also to, I think it's interesting maybe to find the proper links now of what of our panel. I think that the central point that I think we can start to talk about again is the idea of the relationship between the public and private sector. And when we talk about legally, in terms of very strict terms of legal terms of what is a foundation, it's a very broad spectrum of what a foundation is, of course. But talking specifically about art foundation, their main issue is to be a legal, autonomous, legal entity with a specific aim with a public social utility purpose. And this is the point that I think it's important to start to reflect with. This alliance and this not contradiction, but instead an alliance between what the public function and the private interest too at the same time. To make this possible, the foundations, when we talk about our foundations, we can list many, and the Italian law lists different examples and cases of that in terms of categories. There are so-called fondazione di famiglia, fondazione di impresa. There are different ways that you can define what is a foundation is. There are many different cases. Of course, in Italy, we have great example. We think, when we think specifically about the private sector, we can list a big foundation, very popular in Italy in terms of the cultural promotion, like the Fondazione Prada, like the Fondazione Pirelli, that are specifically linked to the idea of an impresa, fondazione di impresa, a company, corporate foundation. But also family, as they say, famiglia, like in the contemporary art world, for example, Fondazione Sandretto de Rebaudengo is a brilliant example of bringing public a private collection to create specifically educational activities and to spread the knowledge and the awareness of what contemporary art languages are, for example. And of course, the artist foundations that protect, preserve, and promote, valorize, let's say, the interest of specific artists. I think about the Fondazione Lucio Fontana that made a case study about that, but also Fondazione Burri. There are so many different examples. What I think it's important to remember is this idea that I think moves everything that is our job as an art foundation is to create activities that are dedicated to the cultural dissemination. They are dedicated to the public interest and that use, let's say, and that valorize a patrimony, an asset, a public asset, in our case is our magnificent palazzo, to make this, to give back, in a way, the palazzo to the community itself, and to promote a territory, in our case, for the public interest. Maybe I can use this. Okay, no, I think that everyone knows what Palazzo Strozzi is, but of course is one of the finest examples of Renaissance architecture in Florence, and since 2006 has become one of the first examples of public-private cultural foundation in Italy. What is our purpose is exactly like that, like our statute says, to valorize the Palazzo Strozzi and the administration of the Palazzo Strozzi itself as a public good, but as a public property that we, as a private foundation, can support to valorize. At the same time, our statute that we changed, it was made in 2006 and in 2019 has been amended with some even more clear underlining of the public and private alliance that is at the core of our activity, The second main important mission of our foundation is the promotion of art and culture. This is just in the DNA, let's say, of our in the legal terms of what is Palazzo Strozzi. And this idea of this alliance is in the DNA and the function itself of the governance of Fondazione Palazzo Strozzi that is led by a board of trustees that are expression of this alliance between the private sector. So the Comune di Firenze, the Regione Toscana, and the Camera di Commercio di Firenze on the public side, and the Fondazione CR Firenze, Intesa San Paolo, and the committee of the partners of Palazzo Strozzi. But specifically this idea of this committee of the Palazzo Strozzi partners, I think is an idea that we have developed during this the last 15 years, thanks to some great companies that support and corporations that support Palazzo Strozzi, like Salvatore Ferragamo is probably the most important company that support us, leading this group of companies that support us, that I think respond and resonate a little bit with what also Lorenzo was saying. The idea of not to avoid ideologies and to try to find the best in the practice of doing what is good. So to create, in our case, we don't preserve or promote or valorize a collection, but we create cultural event. Temporary exhibition is our core activities, but to enhance the idea itself of what is a temporary exhibition. I immediately start because Paola D'Agostino is here. I think that the exhibition that the director of the Musei del Bargello and I think that the exhibition of the Donatello the Renaissance, the exhibition that now is in Florence and is acclaimed all around the world as probably one of the greatest exhibition of the year, and not only of the year probably, is the perfect example of this ideology of alliance that we have in our DNA. Thanks to Paola and the relationship with the Museo del Bargello, it's been possible to create something that was difficult to think, of course, impossible to think by Palazzo Strozzi itself, and probably even from the Bargello, impossible to do by themselves. This is the alliance that is at the core of the possibility of creating clear occasion and fundamental action, not just words, let's say, mise en valeur, like a Proustian way that Lorenzo was saying, but to make something real, to make it happen. And yeah, of course, as main issues, and I know that the word valorization in English sounds so weird, but I want to add one more word maybe to our discussion in terms of when we talk about this idea of promotion and valorization, that is accessibility, no? That Lorenzo also mentioned, because what is fundamental when we say valorization is, of course, to make possible that we create occasion for restorations, for new discovery, research, but what moves us as an art foundation here in the city of Florence, and with an idea of an international perspective, is to make all of this accessible. And when we say accessibility, this is another very complex word, very debated, that we take very seriously. Not only in the idea of, and the most common ground idea of making things accessible in the way that you can see that you can sense that you can experience that, but in the way that you can also discuss that, and that our activities, our exhibition can really become an experience that can be transformative, experience for everyone. The idea of inclusion is the fundamental act, I think, that we have to include in our discussion when we talk about valorization and promotion. That is not only, let's say, a topic for a certain kind of people, but it really becomes a political, let's say, ideological aspect of our work, to realize that our job is to make this for everyone and to include everyone when we talk about the enjoyment of cultural values. And just to bring some example of what Palazzo Strozzi has done during this year, and we, of course, the job. I'm sorry, I didn't mention him at the beginning of our discussion. But when I think about, I'm skipping all these slides. I'm sorry. I just want to bring to one image that is pretty provocative in a way, but when we talk about this topic of valorization. But I think that it gives you the idea also of what our General Director, Arturo Galanzino, that was appointed as General Director in 2015, and when he was a curator, he is a curator of Old Master, and when he arrived here, me and all our colleagues, our team, we were expecting him to bring some Old Master show, and his first decision was to make the Ai Weiwei impressive installation in the facade of the Palazzo Strozzi. So underline the fact that the valorization of the Palazzo, the promotion of the Palazzo, the enhancement of what the Palazzo Strozzi could be, should be not only thinking about the idea that the past stays in the past, but that the past stays in the present, and that a place like Palazzo Strozzi can become a place for lively discussion and enjoyment for the residents here, but also for attracting people that come from outside, that they want to discover and to appreciate an idea of contemporary life in Florence that is real and is happening right now, and that is at the center topic, like and Ai Weiwei back in 2016 was specifically addressing the topic of the migrational issue, of course. To do that, and we had massive protest of what I'm looking at Andrea Festino, of course, now, because he knows very well what we are talking about. I see my director also there, Antonella Loiero. We shared a very huge debate, let's say very hard discussion with common people, with, let's say, with everyone. We had protests in front of that. But this gives us, I think, the idea of what the power of this idea of what the role of an art foundation could be right now, no? To make possible something that probably with only the public sector could not do, but to enhance at the same time the same and shared values of promotion and cultural values. I'm just, when in this, I'm just, let's say, skipping, a lot of our images, but mentioning ideas of valorization for us and the work that we do for and in alliance with the private sector. For us, of course, it's always important to, I always use this word, give back, because the temporary exhibition that we do could be, and this is another topic of discussion that could open no? a huge debate, the value of an exhibition, no? Why you do all these exhibitions. Our intention is not to make exhibition but just because we want to exhibit and display goods, artworks, or concept, but an exhibition can be an occasion of new discoveries, new studies, comparisons, but also restorations. And a great example of this has been, of course, the Cinquecento in Firenze, a super important exhibition that we have done in 2017, where thanks to the private sector, thanks to our sponsor, thanks to Friends of Florence, thanks to a lot of different partners from the public and private sector, made possible an alliance that made this exhibition unforgettable in the idea of creating an occasion for public enjoyment of an understanding of what that moment of Florence greatness was, but to make this present and contemporary and to make this accessible to everyone. I just go through our slides for showing you the variety of what, and the versatility, let's say, of what we mean when we say valorizing the Palazzo between the old and the new, between the cultural heritage and the new fundamental transformative process that we need to face right now with the digital age that we are living through. And I want just to conclude with, this is another example of that. I just want to go at the end of my presentation with the Donatello exhibition, because that probably is, I hope, and I think a lot of you have already visited, and I know that there is a tour that we are going to do tomorrow together too. This show proves what all of this talking is about, I think. The production of a catalog that will stay for decades as a fundamental achievement in the studies of Donatello sculpture and reflection and revolution, but also as an institutional alliance that made possible this exhibition that starting from Florence and the alliance between Fondazione Strozzi and Museo del Bargello, project Florence also in an international, let's say, perspective, because here is at stake not only international loans coming from the most important museum all around the world. The visitors of the show immediately understand that this is such a special occasion. But this show happened because of the Santa Alleanza between the Museo del Bargello, the V&A in London, and the Staatliche Museum in Berlin. So the biggest institution in the world dedicated to the Renaissance sculpture, bringing together with the idea of celebrating Donatello, and finally, after so many decades, to do this as a proper alliance, a real one. And the Fondazione Palazzo Strozzi role was, I think, fundamental in making this happen, to make these three big, super important institutions from all around Europe could come together. And our role is also this, to make these things possible. I think this is maybe one of the final last sentence that I want to add, to make things possible, to prospect what is public sector could do and to help and support the public sector for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me give the microphone immediately to Giuseppe Abatista.
Thank you very much, Monsignor. And thank you very much for the organization. I'm very honored to be here. I would say non sum dignus, but then we would chat for a couple of hours about the theological meaning of that sentence, one of the most debated in the New Testament. I'm very happy to speak after you because there's really a lot that spoke to my heart and to my mind to what you have been saying, all the three of you. First of all, I must say that this conference, to join this conference was so important to me that I got married 1 week ago, exactly, and I planned my honeymoon, my mini honeymoon accordingly, in order to be here and to be able to fully enjoy the convention yesterday and today. And this is one thing. But then, we got married. Does your wife agree? So me and my wife got married in a wonderful private chapel under frescoes, talking about 16th century in Florence, Cinquecento in Firenze, under wonderful frescoes by a Flemish master called Jan van der Straat, a pupil to Giorgio Vasari that worked together with Giorgio Vasari in the frescoes in Palazzo Vecchio. And it was so beautiful, and I think that the liturgy was actually impacted by the beauty of these frescoes, talking about what Christian art means, at least to Christians. And then I'm especially grateful to Professor Casini to have mentioned Marcel Proust, because it's my old passion. I learned French actually by reading Marcel Proust Recherche for a second time, and I read a lot of books about Marcel Proust, and I thought immediately of the wonderful pages that Marcel Proust dedicates, on the one side to cathedrals, defining cathedrals and describing cathedrals as a sort of summa of the whole Western civilization and culture, but on the other side of the wonderful pages where he writes about the small churches in the French province, and of the intimate faith that they express, and on how the Christian art made faith and the true meaning of faith accessible to farmers and poor people, which is, the other side of the monumental Christian art that has been produced by artists such as Donatello. So, money is never enough for the protection and valorization of the infinite Italian cultural heritage. I was mentioning yesterday while provoking the panel that Italy only accounts for 2% of the global GDP, and Italian cultural heritage accounts for, let's say, 30 to 90% of the world cultural heritage, depending on how inclusive and how extensive and how modern is the concept of cultural heritage. Anyway, money will never be enough. As I was saying yesterday, of course, we need more investment. As I was not saying yesterday, of course, we need more investment by the public. We need more capability by the public sector to raise revenues from the cultural heritage that we have, but then we need private intervention. And one of the reasons I choose to come to Florence and to stay here is that I have the honor and pleasure to work for the Ferragamo family. And they are wonderful private sponsors of art, starting from Fondazione Palazzo Strozzi, of course. And, but of course, that is just one small part of what we do as a company in order to sustain the cultural heritage valorization. But let's take a step back and let's talk. I'm a lawyer, but I'm also a finance guy, so I will start talking to you about my industry, because that is what corporate finance does when analyzing things, starts from the industry. So our industry is apparently fashion, but in reality it's luxury. Because luxury companies, luxury enterprises have more in common even when they are belonging to different industries in the traditional sense. Industries in traditional sense are classified based on products and services offered. While another foundation, Fondazione Alta Gamma, in Italy, is the foundation that represents companies coming from different industries under the common umbrella of luxury. And we have a lot in common. And even if we talk about luxury, at European level, the European Parliament defined as European cultural and creative industry. Because everything starts with culture and creativity. And of course, when I think of the work of Salvatore Ferragamo, while he was literally creating, inventing, I love inventing because it comes from Latin, invenire, so it was something like you were just finding what the God was inspiring into you. So literally inventing the modern women's shoe, it was inspired by the 20th century avant-garde, by the classical arts, and of course, since art originally, techne, was combined with the practical arts. It was not just pure creativity, material creativity, combined with, practical solutions and the capability to experiment with new materials. So luxury is just, it does not even have a bond with art. It's just the same thing. It's part of the same mental and spiritual environment. And then we are talking about arts, but we are talking also about Italy and US. And my company is a weird case of reverse immigration, because originally Salvatore Ferragamo, he was born out of a very poor family in the south of Italy, in the area of Avellino, close to Naples, just to make clear. He traveled he migrated to the United States. He ended up in California, in Beverly Hills. He started his first boot store. He failed. He went bankrupt twice, as all real and good entrepreneurs in the American style must do before meeting finally success. And then during the 20s, he was becoming unsatisfied with the quality of raw materials and the craftsmanship that was available at that time in US. And at the same time, he became the shoemaker of the Hollywood studios because he was a wonderful and amazing creative. And so he was a guy capable to create one day an Egyptian sandal, and the day after, a far western boot, and the day after, a shoe for an astronaut. So he decided to go back to Italy. But in the end, Salvatore left Italy as a kid and was coming out of a poor family. So his culture was created by his own experience in life. And he got to Rome in the first place. And then he realized that there's no craftsmanship tradition in Rome. It's just, public offices and hold power. The real craftsmanship for leather goods, for shoes, was actually in Florence. And that is why we are based in Florence. He arrived in Florence in 1927. And by the way, he decided to install his company in a wonderful palazzo, built in the 14th century, and lastly renovated in the 18th century. And when I mean he really wanted it, I mean that the owners of the palazzo at the time asked Salvatore 2 years in advance of rent because they were mistrusting this southern guy who, by the way, went bankrupt twice. And he, of course, he contracted a huge debt to do so, but in the end, he was able to install his laboratory of shoemakers that were creating shoes under beautiful frescoes. So you see, arts is something that is really at the deep roots of any luxury enterprise, and especially of my company. So, of course, we are private sponsors of arts, and we are private sponsors in two ways, basically. We directly finance, or we indirectly finance. And I will talk to you today about an Italian legislation called Art Bonus that actually gives us a huge tax benefit for both this kind of activities. But before talking about the new legislation, I want to tell you a story. I want to tell you about one personal experience. So it was 2013, and Mrs. Acidini, she did not join us today, but she was there yesterday. Mrs. Acidini, at the time superintendent of Florence, wanted to restore 10 rooms in the Uffizi dedicated to Florentine masters, Renaissance masters. Uffizi needed 600,000 euros in order to do so. So she went to the Ferragamo family, and the Ferragamo family agreed to donate these 600,000 euros to the Uffizi. Then me, as the tax director of the group and a lawyer, of course, I was in charge to negotiate the deal, so to make it happen. And then, for the first time in my life, because before that, I had been working in merger and acquisitions, so I knew nothing about cultural heritage arts. But I studied, and I realized that I can't use the expression because it's vulgar, but I can say that it was very hard to give money to the public, because we had a very strict legislation regarding private sponsoring that was obliging the public entity to make a public tender for any donation exceeding 70,000, if I remember correctly. And so all public institutions were very scared by this kind of legal obligation, so receiving money without a public tenders implied that no obligation could be taken over by the public entity. Then, in the same month, Todd's group was on every newspaper because they donated more than 40 million euros for the restoration of the Colosseum, but everything was blocked due to a lawsuit that was basically accusing Todds, to have donated this money without, the proper public tender offer. And so, since I've been working with Fondazione Alta Gamma in the advocacy of the luxury sector, especially in tax, customs, and regulatory issues with public institutions, going from the Italian government to the European Commission and the OECD, I tried to meet Mr. Franceschini, at the time the Ministry of Cultural Heritage in Italy. And we went to Mr. Franceschini and we told him, listen, we have a problem because giving money to the public for maintenance, protection, and valorization, of course, of cultural heritage is too difficult. So we need to do something. And he answered us, don't worry, I have the solution. It's called Art Bonus. And I read for the first time the draft of the new legislation that passed in 2014 with Law Decree number 83. So, and in the end, eventually, this donation was one of the first ones falling within Art Bonus. Now, at the time, public works in Italy, it means usually it takes years more than planned originally. It takes a lot of money more than originally planned. So when, with all this cliche in mind, I approached this donation, I thought to myself, okay, 600,000 and 1 year of works will mean for the public sector 900,000, 1 million, and 3 or 4 years. And to my surprise, works ended earlier and they were cheaper in the end. So we used the 60,000 of the 600,000 to make even the windows, to renovate even the windows. And why did this happen? Because public was financed by private sector and the partnership was creating a virtuous circle. I had also the idea not to give straight away the 600,000 to the Uffizi, but to give them by installment based on progress of works, as you would do when, because I was coming from M&A, so structured finance was my daily bread. So I brought some private sector knowledge into this partnership in order to make things work better. Now, just a few words, because I don't want to be boring with technical tax stuff, but still I must explain to you how the Art Bonus works, and it will take just 2 minutes. So, and I will make it simple as much as I can. So, if you give 100 euros to the public sector, you can be a company, you can be an individual, you can be even a non-profit organization. You will get back 65 euros in tax credit. What is it, a tax credit? It means that you have tax money to pay your taxes. So whenever you have to pay taxes to the Italian state, you can use this tax money. So with no cash, you just make the payment of the taxes with no real cash, but with this figurative cash. And then, and of course, it's divided into 3 installments for 3 years, so it's basically 22, 22, 22. But then in Toscana, yesterday we were talking about regional regulations about cultural heritage, very rich in Italy and especially in Toscana. Toscana introduced a regional art bonus for 20% of the donation that goes on top. And that you can use as a company to pay your regional corporate income tax. So this means that when you give 100 euros to Uffizi and you're a company established in Tuscany, you get back from the state 85 euros. So the actual cost for the company is just 15, which is outstanding and amazing. It's a unique tax shelter in the world. I can tell you this, being a tax expert, is unique. You don't get this far anywhere in the world, anywhere else in the world. And if you think about this, so I've already talked about the virtuous circle of having private sector and public sector combine into achieving the valorizzazione of cultural heritage using private funding. But on the other side, as taxpayers, basically here we are deliberately allocating tax revenue. Because in the end, the state is granting me a tax credit, and the regional administration of Tuscany are giving me back tax euros that I decided eventually to allocate to the maintenance, protection, and valorization of cultural heritage. Then, just to close, originally the art bonus was just dedicated to this kind of interventions, so protection, maintenance, and valorization of publicly owned cultural heritage. But in the following years, it has been enlarged, the scope of the law has been enlarged to, for example, the support of cultural public institutions as Fondazione Palazzo Strozzi. So here it comes, the indirect support to cultural heritage. And then to the three main public institutions for restoration. And one is in Florence, Opificio delle Pietre Dure, one of the most important restoration institutions in the world. And also to, of course, the building or the maintenance of theaters, and also to lyric symphonic foundations as Maggio Musicale, our Florentine Opera, Orchestra, and Ballet. So, and again, so this is direct. And to all these institutions, Salvatore Ferragamo proudly contributes, and thanks to the art bonus, now it's very cheap to do it so. So if it's cheap for companies, it means that really this is an incentive. So I think that this is a model law for any country that wants to make it easy, simple, and of course, convenient under an economic standpoint for the private sector to contribute to the valorizzazione of cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Adine Lara from the San Francisco Museum.
Thank you. Good morning. It's wonderful to be here. It is a tremendous honor. And I want to say that I don't think I would be here without my friend and mentor, the late John Merriman, with whom I have the fortune to continue to teach his art law class with my colleague Simon Frankel, who is updating his textbook. I serve as general counsel for the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art. And I've been asked to give a foreign perspective, a US perspective. And I can say that after spending a week in Florence, we have a lot to learn from the Italians. Coming from California in a modern and contemporary art museum, our focus is usually on the present, on the future, on things that are new. But what we're starting to see, and what Italians intuitively appreciate, is the importance and the impact of promoting the past for the public. Imagine if one of your greatest works of art was hidden from public view and relatively unknown. And what if it was in a building that was about to be torn down? Imagine that that artwork was a fresco that weighs 27,000 kilos and is 22 meters wide and 6.5 meters high. What would it take for you to move it and to save it for the public? That is the story that I will tell today. It's a case study about the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art, SF-MoMA's, role in protecting and preserving a mural by Diego Rivera, and the impact that this activity has had. But what the story is really about is what happens when creativity, generosity, history, and a sense of shared responsibility, both cultural responsibility and legal responsibility, join forces. It's a story about how the impossible became possible. First, I'll tell you a bit about SF-MoMA. We are one of the largest modern and contemporary art museums in the United States. We have a remarkable collection of painting, sculpture, photography, architecture, design, and media arts. We are primarily privately funded. We only receive about 1% of our budget from government sources. In 2016, we reopened in a brand new renovated building with 7 new floors of gallery space. And our mission, to go to an earlier point that you make, is to make the art of our time more meaningful to more people. As part of that mission, we've been working on bringing some rather major, ambitious installations to the public. And in our new building, we had an opportunity to rethink how we might bring larger works into public view for free to the public. Like this piece, for example, by Richard Serra, appropriately called Sequence, as it had to be moved piece by piece into the new museum. We literally built the gallery around the art to show the importance of art that we have. And as big and permanent as it looks, it was just a temporary loan. After 3 years, we removed it and moved it back to its permanent location at Stanford University. Some art we show in our public spaces is even more ephemeral. It literally vanishes into thin air. This work by Judy Chicago involved 18,000 kilos of dry ice and pyrotechnics. It was an installation that spelled the word truth, a comment how in a time of social media and political tensions, truth is often hard to discern. We move from the ephemeral to the digital, a contemporary moving video photo installation, a collage of people living in San Francisco today by French photographer and street artist J.R. At this scale, this work had to be realized by a complex installation of panels that were high-resolution panels that were imported from China. But sometimes our greatest mural panels don't come from the other side of the world, and they aren't new, and they're not digital. They come unexpectedly from our own backyard. Here we see Diego Rivera's mural entitled "The Marriage of the Artistic Expression of the North and the South on this Continent," also known as Pan-American Unity. This is a mural calling for cultural solidarity and exchange during a time of global conflict, themes that resonate with us today. Diego's Rivera mural highlights how creativity, collaboration, art, and industry, and technology can come together. And these elements weren't only important in the mural, but they're also, interestingly, the elements that made bringing the mural to the SF-MoMA possible. The vision was to transform our free space in the Roberts Family Gallery into a space for exhibiting this cultural treasure. And why was this mural so important? And here we go to promotion of the mural. We had to make it meaningful for people. In 1940, Diego Rivera was invited to the World's Fair in San Francisco to be featured as one of the artists as part of an Art in Action program at the Golden Gate International Exposition. The public had the chance there to view Rivera and other artists on scaffolding painting live in real time. Though Diego Rivera was born in Mexico, was not Italian, he studied in Italy, and he embraced the fresco technique. And he had become one of the most important modern muralists in the world. The Art in Action program was a chance for the public to see this important Italian technique and this prominent artist in action. After the fair, the mural, which was a fresco but placed on 10 steel panels, was installed in the campus of the City College of San Francisco, where it was bolted to the walls. It sat there for decades in the theater building, where unfortunately it started to become a bit neglected and in poorer condition. So our challenge was that what was once portable became immovable because of its bolting to the walls. It was bordered by glass on both sides, all the way to the ceiling. Here's a view of the exterior of the building. It became clear that to save this mural, this building also was seismically unsound, another reason it had to be torn down. We were going to need extensive excavation by drilling. We were going to need experts, engineers, architects, riggers, art shippers, art conservators to be able to extract this mural from the wall. Here's a diagram of the 10 panels that comprise this delicate fresco. We have a saying that says, "So close, but yet so far." And that was very true here. You see this as a map of San Francisco where we had to move this mural essentially across town. But it wasn't really just the distance, it's also the complexity and the cost. Also, San Francisco is very hilly, as you know. You can't move a mural without moving money or moving hearts. I love this painting by Dali because it shows this sort of the delicate suspension of the key sources of fundraising that we had to obtain to support this massive project. Our brilliant and development and fundraising expert, Samantha Leo, and her team noted that it's not enough that the U.S. has great tax incentives for charitable contributions. That is important, but our donors could give to anyone. And so I asked her, what is it about this project that made people want to give? And she said that it was because many of our donors give to temporary exhibitions, temporary loans, and this was a chance to give something for posterity in the city that they loved. It was so moving and so powerful, the valorization of this project and piece, that more than 75%, 80% or so of the funding, close to 5 million euros, came from about 20 individual donors. We also received some corporate funding and some private foundation funding, but most came from members of our board and important donors to the museum. It was really it's a triumph of generosity. But money is not enough. We needed the team to make it happen. We needed professional support and a very successful collaboration with experts in Mexico at UNAM who helped us determine how to proceed with the project. The team was vast and deep in knowledge. And this is in no way a complete list of our core contributors, but as you can see, it's a quite expansive collaboration. As counsel for the museum, one of the most interesting pieces of feedback we received was from our vendors. This, on the side, you'll see a list. We had approximately 50 different contracts with vendors to execute this project. And the feedback we received from them, and one bit of context, City College in San Francisco didn't have the funds to preserve its own mural. It was grateful that SF MoMA was willing to take this on. But City College also said that SF MoMA needed to take on all the liability for this task, which is no small risk. So in addition to the fine arts insurance, which was significant for this piece, all of the general liability and other risk management came on to our shoulders. We in turn, so we had to indemnify City College, and we in turn made all of our vendors indemnify us and City College for any damage that they may cause. And instead of meeting that with resistance, they came back and told us that it created a sense not only of cultural responsibility, but also of shared legal responsibility, and that they had to work together to be so careful with the work. In Mexico, they created test walls to experiment with the extraction technique. And here we are back on site, where you see that they're drilling holes in the back of the wall to prepare for the extraction. Sorry, there we go. Here you can see, there's extraction. And then on site, there had to be significant conservation work that took place before the panels could be removed. Some parts of this were high-tech and some were low-tech. They literally had to put their heads into the holes to determine where the bolts were and then carefully sever them. Not all of this is glamorous. Some other parts involved greater technology. This is almost like an EKG that goes onto each mural panel to detect the vibrations. They created a system that was like a stoplight. You'll see here, and it's green. So when the mural vibrated too much, it would signal yellow or red, both on site and in the trucks as they moved. So the trucks would need to either slow down or stop if the vibrations were too significant. Here you see them pulling the panels out from each of the, from the City College location. And finally, coming up on to SF MoMA, we had to get city permits to shut down certain streets and create access points, and also take a particular path of travel late at night every Sunday for several weeks. The transport of such a heavy and delicate fresco was never really attempted before at this scale in San Francisco. And as each panel arrived at the museum, we were able to breathe a deep sigh of relief. Every Monday I'd go and I'd check and I think, okay, one more came. But the work was not over. Then began the delicate task of reinstallation, involving art historians, lawyers, museum staff, engineers, architects, art handlers, riggers from the United States and from Mexico. Here we see the culmination of this 4-year project, a vision turned to reality, with the final round of conservation taking place on site. This mural will be in San Francisco for quite some time, at least until 2023, and is, as I mentioned, available for anyone to see for free. It is in the part of the museum that does not require anyone to pay admission. And at the end of this period, we will return it to City College in what we hope will be a brand new theater designed with this mural in place as a permanent home and hopefully a destination for people to come and see it. And while it is SF MoMA, it is going to be the jewel of our Diego Rivera exhibition, which opens this summer in July, and I hope you will all come to see it. This features works of dozens of works from Rivera from all over the world, from public and private lenders. And after this big mural moving project, some of the other loans seemed relatively simple, including moving this mural, this fresco from Berkeley across the bay into San Francisco for the exhibition. Rivera's Pan-American mural and this exhibition has had deep impact beyond what we anticipated. It's inspired artists, local artists, as part of our Bay Area Walls exhibit, as part of our efforts to diversify the artists in our collection. It has sparked a mural movement. These are 4 murals that are in the museum now. The impact has not just been on artists inside the museum walls, but best of all, on the community and the community engagement. You'll see these are local community muralist groups who are painting in the corridor where you saw the dry ice and pyrotechnics, including festivals of music and dance. This mural has become a catalyst for more cultural activity and more engagement. Rivera had a utopian belief in the power of art to change the world, and the power of art to bring us together, just as we are all here today. He saw, and we came to see, that sometimes, thanks to the value of art, the belief in the value of art, that the impossible can become the possible. Thank you.
A spectacular conclusion to our given talks. Now there is some time. I believe that our break is at 10:45, so there are several minutes. I would say not only members of the panel, but also members of the public should feel free to ask questions at this point.
So perhaps giving a couple of thoughts on the, let's say, broader implications of this, because it's great, of course, for us art institutions, but at the same time, it's something that will take money from other activities. Because at the end of the day, the commitment of the private sector perhaps is just this 15% that is really out of the pocket. So this is something that came to my mind.
It's true, absolutely. I mean,
No, it's not true.
But
Give your answer, I can give mine.
Yeah.
It's not true, and I will explain why.
okay, but there is a limitation to that. So there is a limitation of the amount of your revenue and tax debt, yearly tax debt that can be allocated to the art bonus. So of course, if you're very profitable, as luxury enterprises are, you can donate huge amounts without exceeding the threshold. But let's say for a normal business, the threshold is reasonably high, but so that, you know, not all the tax money is given to cultural heritage on the one side. On the other side, one thing I forgot to mention, which is very important, together with the passing of the legislation, a web portal was created by the Ministry of Cultural Heritage, listing all the projects you can contribute to. So this is, again, if we talk about valorization, is very important, because it was already digital. It was 8 years ago, so you know, it was fairly modern and made very accessible to everybody to understand where I can put my money to donate and what would be the result. Please.
Well, there is no such event, because the art bonus was thought and created in order to support publicly owned cultural heritage. So basically, the money that you were saying is money that the state or other public entities should have spent in order to support public cultural heritage. Now, what happened in these years, and since the law was drafted using the term of publicly owned, this publicly owned was extended also in situation where you had a private regime like a foundation, but with a publicly owned building, Palazzo Strozzi, for example. So stating that using public money to cover the tax credit for art bonus is a way to subtract, I mean, to take money out of other policies is not true, because mostly, I would say all, because it's a public building, of that money would be supposed to be given by the state. So it's somehow, it's a way to cover private investors, and the tax credit is something that the state covers instead of giving directly money for that same reason. So that's the response. Let me add something, because I'm delighted and I was very happy. So I will go home happy because of Giuseppe recognition of the value of art bonus, because that was the effort we made. And let me say, I'm not saying this because there are Michele and Vittoria, so comparative lawyers. It's not another tribute to John Merriman. But art bonus was born because of comparison, because it was born here in Florence in April 2014, because the day before Minister Franceschini had to go to a meeting with Minister of Economy Paduan, I was here. So he told me, I will send you a table with what happens in all countries. United States, there was an article of a magazine, so with a percentage and all kind of regimes in United States, France, Spain, Germany, and so please, let's create something good for Italy. So we took 65% from France, so we took the limit of the 4,000 for France for the enterprises, so it was a patchwork, but in order to propose something working. And what I'm very grateful to Giuseppe to hear, and to give you the idea of how Italy works, at the end, we wanted something automatic. So no paperwork. For months, the tax revenue office called us saying, we cannot stand phone calls and letters from citizens who don't believe that they don't need anything in order to use art bonus. So they didn't believe. They wanted, we have to sign something. We need something to be signed. We need paperwork. How is it possible that we can use it only because we give money and we have the form with art bonus? That's it. So that was happened. So I'm grateful. After now 8 years, listen to Giuseppe. Let me say, now I'm really full of joy. So thank you, Giuseppe.
Years in the museum. So what's the flip side of the story? Is the community giving us much support to the San Francisco College of Art to rebuild their building and get them back in? Because that's going to be also an incredible fundraising project too, probably even more money, no?
That is a great question. One thing that's been, one of the many things that's been great about the project is the much closer collaboration between SF MoMA and City College. But you are absolutely right, City College has a big task in front of them in terms of fundraising for the building that will house the Rivera. Fortunately, the Rivera will come back to it in beautiful condition, but their capital project is one that hopefully the public will help support now that it knows that it's going to be a center for this incredible work of art. So that's our hope, that perhaps what we've done may also help City College as well.
To keep our schedule, we want to break now for 15 minutes. Let me send you off with a curiosity, however. Quite by chance, a few days ago, I was one of the presenters of a volume prepared by the Interparliamentary Group of the European Parliament of Orthodox faith. Many member countries, obviously, are traditionally Greek, Russian, other Orthodox Christians, on Santa Sofia, on the great church, now mosque, in Istanbul, but also on innumerable other churches. And my point is simply that what we call valorizzazione can often also have very obvious political ends. And so it's not all as innocent as it seems.
Oh, I have few slides, but only to illustrate. So, the topic of the second panel is protection and circulation of cultural heritage. We can think that it is a word for an easy concept. I mean, easier than valorization, but it's not so easy to define what it means protection. Or what can I say? Yesterday, if you remember, Jennifer showed us how long is, how many activities, how many tasks superintendents have to do to act this valorization. And in the slide, you can see also how many superintendents we have in our territory. It's an old map now. The number increase more. There is one more in Regione Marche, one more in Liguria. Now we have also a national one for underwater archaeology in Puglia, and a special one for Rome, and so on. And the red dots are the exportation offices. As you can see, there are not so many. And one problem is the lack of personnel, of officers. We don't have enough officers. Florence, of course, is a lucky place because we have here so many institutions. They help us to manage the exportation office, but generally they have many problems. So, voilà. Of course, superintendencies are only part of a complex structure, as you can see in this slide. It's a structure created during these last years after some reform of Ministro Franceschini. So, preservation, or maybe better, protection. What does it consist in? Sorry. Oh.
Quello di destra.
Quello...
Per andare avanti, quello di
Ok,
destra.
ho sbagliato. Okay, so we found the explanation in the code at the article number 3. Of course, if you read the description of the article, it's not so clear as many other parts of the code. I think it's more interesting to see the range of tasks, as we speak before, to really understand what does it means protection. And of course, necessarily today we have to deal only with the movable heritage, the objects, and with the international circulation. I think that, of course, this is simple words. For the protection, we need the knowledge. I mean, we have to know which are the objects or the things we have to protect. Of course, is realized by the physical preservation, and the last goal is the valorization. Before to give place to the speakers, I think we have to pay attention to few essential notions that many of you already know. First one, there is a fundamental difference in status between, on one side, the goods belonging to public institutions, including religious one, foundation, and no-profit legal persons, and on the other side, the goods belonging to a private citizen. Goods belonging to private citizen are under the superintendent's control only after a decree, what we call vincolo, but it's an old word, but it still works. That is required to recognize the cultural relevance at a certain level. For the public goods, including foundation, no-profit and the religious institution, quite the opposite, everything is older than 70 years, it is protected ope legis. It means without the need of a decree. So what does it mean? It means that we don't know the exact number of objects we are protecting. It is a precautionary protection which has a term only after the cultural verification, la verifica di interesse culturale, done by the ministry that could confirm or reject the cultural interest. Consequently, art dealers, Consequently, art dealers don't like these firm regulations. The law 124 in 2017, legge annuale per il mercato e la concorrenza, amended the code, especially the article number 65, but this will be debated by my colleague. And recently, the Direction General of the Ministry has enacted internal guidelines for the exportation offices. La circolare number 25 in April 2022. I will give also a copy of these internal guidelines to publish in the website. Second point is the particular status of the archaeological heritage in our country. Also, this one is not so clear. After quite heated debate, it is now accepted that according to the law, archaeological objects found after year 1909 are state property and with only very few exceptions. And it is also accepted that the private citizen who has archaeological objects at home must have a clear legal document on ownership. Without this title, the object must be confiscated and custody is given to superintendents. As you can all understand, in our country, where families have at home archaeological objects found by the grandfathers working in the field, was quite impossible to implement this regulation to the letter, and we were used to apply a soft law. It means we don't see. But this regulation is obligatory for exportation offices. In January 2022, the Direction General has enacted another internal guidelines for exportation office concerning archaeological objects to remember the obligation. And it is also useful to understand the meaning of archaeological find. For this aspect and others related to the circulation, there is another internal guidelines enacted in the 2019. It's a short one because it costs only 72 pages. In addition, Italian office must also now verify if archaeological objects and also architectural elements as emblems arriving from non-European country have been legally exported. This is an application of the European Convention UNIDROIT on stolen and illegally exported cultural objects and of the European Rules number 880, acted in the 2019 regarding the importation in the States member for cultural things. Okay, I think it's enough. I don't want to take more time. So now I think we can start. And the first speaker is Anna Pirri Valentini, International Circulation of Cultural Heritage. Please.
So thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. I'm very honored to be here, and I would like to thank all the organizer and our chair, for sure. So I really think that the theme that we are addressing since yesterday is crucial and is very important. And just 1 week ago, I was in Lucca with my fellow colleague, Dr. Caponigri, who will speak in next panels, conducting a summer school on the same themes, on the regulation and management of cultural heritage across the Atlantic. So I really think that this comparison we are conducting between Italy and the United States is very important, and I really think that this kind of scientific meetings are extremely important for this scope. And regarding this, I just would like to say, to quote this the statements that Professor Hughes in 1953 he described it in this way, the relation, academic and scientific relation between Italy and the United States. He stated that American relations with Italy today rest on a paradox, concealing a profound misunderstanding. For Americans, Italy is a land that seems greatly familiar, actually is little known. And John Henry Merriman, that we are quoting since yesterday, of course, quoted this statement in his essays, The Italian Style. So 10 years later, he confirmed this statement, saying that there has been a notable lack of interest in Italian law among American teachers and scholars. So almost 60 years later, I hope that we are getting over this misunderstanding, because very often there are Italians and American ways of thinking about cultural heritage are taught as antipodes, while maybe we are going to see if this is true or not. So this panel is dedicated to the protection and circulation of cultural heritage, and my intervention is on the international circulation of cultural heritage. Normally, this topic can be addressed by many in different ways. And normally, the main distinction is between talking about the international circulation regarding the contrast to illicit circulation or art export controls. So I won't dedicate my intervention to the contrast to illicit circulation and restitution. We will have Marina Schneider, who will address this topic. I will mainly deal with art export controls, not going into deep in terms of procedures and norms, since we are also going to have another speech on these specific aspects. What I will be doing is I will dedicate my speech on the, let's say, political or ideological and effects that these administrative functions, so controlling the export of cultural property, has, and how we could reflect on these administrative functions in Italy. So I would like to start quoting some figures in order to understand, is it important? What are we talking about? So art export controls, the circulation of cultural goods is truly a reality, is an important reality or not? And so quoting some figures and data that UNESCO in 2000 released, we really understand how, especially lately, if we could say, and here we have data between 1980 and 1998, the world's imports of cultural goods increased hugely. We can see some figures here, but just to mention that we are dealing with an administrative function which is greatly important, because we are dealing with an international circulation of goods and artworks and goods of having artistic or historic importance, who is truly massive and who is truly important, and the cross-border circulation of this good keep on increasing year after years. Another important, I think, interesting figure to quote, always from UNESCO and from the Institute for Statistics that provides us as researchers incredible data, is that if from one side it's true that this international circulation is always more important, but at the same time we can see that the circulation is highly concentrated in some countries. And we are going to see also some shares of the international art market later. But already since this slide, we can see how the concentration of exports, for example, is highly concentrated in some countries. For example, here we can see United States, United Kingdom, Germany, and France. And so let's start comparing these two figures: amount of goods that are circulating in the world and countries where this circulation happens. And so let's start thinking why these exports happen mostly in some countries. What are the reasons? What are the maybe political, legislative, normative, regulatory reasons underpinning these figures and this data that we are looking right now? So just to introduce a little bit better what are we talking about. So what is this administrative function of art export control? So the reason, as you can read here, the reason to control the export of artworks and other objects of cultural interest mainly has a function. And the function is that to constitute the domestic cultural heritage Of course, everything that do not go out will remain inside the country. So having the possibility of denying that an object permanently goes out the country means that this object is so important for the nation that, that will become part of the national cultural heritage of the country. And of course, this main objective has two main consequences. So, for example, the need to build a feeling of national belonging and to construct this collective identity. We also discussed it yesterday, how cultural property could be instrumental to build this sense of collective identity and belonging. But also we have to think about the important economic reasons that could underpin the political and ideological construction of this function. We are going to see that this function has also important economic repercussions, and so this is an element that we should take into consideration. This main objective, so we retain cultural property and artworks in order to constitute the domestic cultural heritage, is not only described in our intending Italian Code for Cultural Heritage and Landscape in Article 64, but it's also, it has also been confirmed by the administrative jurisprudence. So here we can read a very brief statement of a judgment from the Regional Administrative Court of Veneto, who claimed really clearly that the protection, so tutela, this word we are mentioning since yesterday, the protection of national cultural heritage is achievable also thanks to art export control. So limiting the possibility for artworks to permanently go outside allow states, governments to protect the national cultural heritage. To give, again, also here a brief introduction, because we will have a specific talk on the procedures and norms of art export controls in Italy, but just for, maybe for our foreign audience who is here, I just would like to say that in Italy, denying the permission for the permanent export of a work of art means, among other things, its perennial permanence within national borders. So the situation we are facing is that of a private collector who, for commercial or non-commercial reason, would like to export an artwork in his or her collection, in his or her apartment in New York, or to sell this artwork in Sotheby's, Christie's in London, etc. This individual owner needs, we are going to see when and how, ask an export license or a certificate of free circulation. If this export license or certificate of circulation is denied, it means that this item, this piece, is considered as a cultural property, and I'm talking in an administrative point of view, so embedded in the national cultural heritage, and it won't be allowed to leave permanently the country anymore. How this is regulated? Again, according time threshold or economic threshold. So here I wanted to bring the example of 3 artworks made by the same author. We are looking at 3 artworks made by Alberto Burri, an Italian artist, that because of the year in which they were produced, they are treated, and they could be treated differently by the Italian administration. Again, I'm not going to give all the details. We could spend days talking about the procedures and the norms of Italian art export controls, but just to know that in Italy, artworks that have been produced more than 70 years before and which have an economic value that is above 13,500 euros are not freely exportable, in terms that they should ask an authorization to the ministry in order to be exported. So, same artists, but depending on the year in which they were produced, as you can see, 1949, the first artwork has been produced more than 70 years before. So, the owner of these artworks by Alberto Burri, if this artwork is in Italy, in order to bring this artwork abroad, if this artwork has not been notified already, should ask an authorization to the Italian Ministry of Culture. And the other 2 artworks would be treated differently because of the year in which they were produced. So economic value matter, the time threshold matters, and as takeaways, really brief takeaways for, again, our maybe foreign audience who is here, regarding art export controls in Italy, we should take into consideration that time is a sensitive data. We have seen it with the 3 artworks from Alberto Burri. Economic value is important, and this is something that has been very recently introduced, as our chair just mentioned, because before 2017 in Italy we didn't have any economic threshold regarding art export controls, so this is something very new, so another takeaway to remember. Also, when we talk about free exportability of contemporary artworks, be cautious, pay attention, because free exportability just means that the states, through the Ministry of Culture, cannot deny the possibility of exporting an artworks that is considered contemporary by an administrative point of view, but still we have to declare it and ask. So we cannot take our contemporary artworks in the suitcase and go to London and sell and try to sell it on Sotheby's. And also, again, here for our lawyers in the room, another takeaway that is important is that often when we are dealing with sales, for example, of artworks that are located in Italy, sometimes in sale contracts we should have a specific clause that the sale could happen only and if the export license or the certificate of free exportability is released. What I would like to reflect with you right now, before arriving to some conclusion that I think are maybe the most interesting part, is that there are 3 elements that I think that are interesting regarding this administrative function. So, what are the core elements of art export controls in Italy? So first of all, I would like to spend a minute reflecting on territoriality. And here I'm addressing specifically for what concern, for example, illicit exportation, because for art export controls, we are not talking about the place of origin. So in order to consider if an artwork should or not be retained in Italy, we are just looking if the artwork is physically in Italy, is physically in the Italian territory when this artwork would like to be taken abroad. While, for example, for illicit circulation and restitution of cultural property, we are dealing with another terms, that is place of origin, because we are looking what is the territory, what is the nation, maybe, what is the community to which this artwork belongs in terms of origin. In art export controls, we are looking at the physical presence of the artwork in the state. So the first element to take into consideration is territoriality. The second, and we can just have an example of this, this is one of many different judgments delivered by Italian regional administrative courts, which states that even if an artwork is produced by a foreigner artist, this doesn't mean that this artwork cannot be important for the Italian national cultural heritage. Another element that is important is the economic impact. We are dealing with an administrative function who greatly affects the economic impacts of a sector, an economic sector, that is the art market. You can see here that globally, Italy only retains the 2% of the global art market share, but we are dealing also with economic impacts on the artwork itself. Economic statistic and data reveals that the economic value of an artwork that cannot be exported decrease of the 40%. I'm not saying here that is something good or bad, but it's just like statistic says and claims that we have this also economic impact. And also something else, I think that art export controls are important because of the emotional impact they are able to cause on the population. So these are just 3 examples of newspaper that, that gives us the idea on how people and population really are attached to cultural property, and we are not dealing with destruction here. We are not dealing with artworks that risk to be destructed or destroyed. We are dealing with artworks that risk to be brought outside the nation, and still population is really affected by this possibility. So just my last slide is on looking back and looking forward. So what can we learn from this administrative function, and what are we learning yesterday and today in this wonderful conference? So with the wonderful speech that we had yesterday by Cristina Cidini, we understood how Italian regulation is very ancient, and how pre-unitary states built the regulation on cultural heritage starting from art export controls. Art export controls are the core of the Italian legislation of cultural heritage. And Italian legislation of cultural heritage, which is the first legislation in the world, was created in order to stop and prevent the possibility for artworks to be permanently exported abroad. So we are dealing, of course, with an administrative function that is essential for Italy, and that made possible the existence of the Italian national cultural heritage and our wonderful museum. But still, I think that we should be able, as Italians, to look back and to really understand how also to keep and to maintain this administrative regulation, maybe also looking at other foreign and other models. And so here I'm, of course, with preeminent comparative lawyers, and you know better than me that when we are talking about comparison, we are not dealing with the possibility of importing another legislative model in our own. But still, we should be able to look at best practices, for example, or at good examples that we have. And so just to quote also yesterday, Andrea Simoncini talked about dialogue, comparison, and sharing. And I think that there are some elements of foreign institution that we could import in Italy. And so, for example, also Lorenzo Casini today spoke about avoid ideology, and Riccardo Lamy before, he said the past stays in the present. So in order to allow that this past stays in the present, and in order to allow to avoid ideology, I really think that the Italian legislator that deals with this administrative function should be able to take some best practices, such as, for example, including all the stakeholders that deals with art export controls, and so also private sector, art market, not to implement all the requests, but just to open up a discussion, and a discussion that should be stable and transparent and publicly accessible, as it happens in other countries that have also similar legislation as ours. In France, in the ministry, they have a permanent table with art market representatives. So I think that, for example, this could be a good example for us. Another good example that I think that we could import in Italy is using also, again, looking at statistics, at data that reveals us what are the effects of this administrative function we are looking at. This would allow maybe to claim fiercely that we want to keep this legislation, and it would be totally fine. Either they could allow also to rethink about this legislation, looking at the effects that this creates. So this is the end of my speech, and thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a table with art market, also in our ministry. Yeah. So, but I think we will discuss at the end, because I think there are many things to say about the last law, the number 124. Now, I invite Anna Barbato, Officer, Italian Ministry of Culture. The title of the speech is International Circulation, Cultural Goods, Role and Functions of Italian Ministry of Culture at Central Level.
Thank you, Superintendente, and I want to thank all the organizers of the conference, and particularly Jennifer Celani for the invitation, and General Director, Architect Federica Galloni, and Director of the Fourth Service of the General Directorate cannot be here today, but they asked me to give you all the regards. So, and they're very sorry not being able to be here today, but I will try to do my best. So, cultural heritage law is a versatile topic. The rules governing the circulation of cultural property in Italy, but more generally in Europe, originate at national and supranational level with the European law and transnational treaties. Italian legislation on the international circulation of cultural heritage is the subject of a devoted part of the Code of Cultural Heritage and Landscape, specifically Part 2, Chapter 5, articles from 64 bis to 87 bis. The presentation focuses on the role and the functions assigned to the Directorate General Archaeology, Fine Arts and Landscape of the Ministry of Culture in the sector of protection of cultural heritage at transnational level. Namely, this task is carried out by the Fourth Service, operating within the Directorate General, just mentioned. The service, established with a Ministerial Decree 44/2016 and renewed with the latest ministerial reform in 2019, deals with the fulfillments of the central administration regarding the circulation of movable cultural property of artistic, historical, archaeological, and ethno-anthropological interest. Specifically, the service deals with control over international circulation aimed at preserving the integrity of the national cultural heritage in all its components, in collaboration with the similar services of the Directorate General Archives and the Directorate General Libraries and Copyright. It coordinates the 16 export offices for ancient artifacts and movable fine arts, including contemporary art, of the Ministry of Culture, spread throughout the Italian peninsula and usually based at the superintendencies of archaeology, fine arts, and landscape operating in the regional capitals, providing essential technical and administrative support. It promotes and collaborates in the actions of restitution of illegally exported cultural property. It authorizes loans for exhibitions abroad and other cases of temporary exit from the national territory of cultural property of artistical, historical, etc., interest without prejudice to the competencies of the Directorate General Museums. The presentation will give specific attention to the first two tasks of this list, with the analysis of some administrative procedures and case studies closely related to the export control or at central ministerial level. I'm sorry, the first part will be a bit maybe boring, but in the second part I will show you something more fun maybe. So I will show you a bit, I will explain a bit the law mechanism and the administrative tools that permit the regulation of import and export of cultural property to and from Italy. So the sector, as I said, is regulated by the Code of Cultural Heritage and Landscape, specifically Part 2, with the articles from 64 to 87 bis. The code makes international circulation of protected property subject to stringent requirements and restrictions. The permanent removal of cultural property from the Italian territory is generally forbidden, but the temporary exit of cultural property from Italy is allowed under strict conditions, as stated in Articles 66 and 67. The Ministry of Culture maintains a database of all cultural property that has been illegally removed from Italian territory. So it is a very important tool for us to check when we have the need to check if a cultural property is presented to the export office. So just this article, the Article 65 of the Code, the slide contains the list of cases and conditions according to which the export from the Italian territory can be authorized, with or without a formal written authorization released by the export offices at the Ministry of Culture. So what we do concretely at central level and also, but first at local level in the export offices. So the cultural property held by private parties. So the exporter usually mediated by the courier registers for the SUE, which is the Sistema Informativo degli Uffici Esportazioni, so information system of export in the import offices. And the property then is physically presented to the commission of officers active at the export office level, so at a local level. For example, in order to export to the US an antiquity object such as a piece of furniture of moderate cultural interests, bought at an auction in Italy, for instance, it should have been presented to the export office and obtained the export permit. The Export Office's committee has 40 days to evaluate the importance, rarity, and a whole series of characteristics of the cultural property presented, following guidelines that are listed in a specific circular letter released in 2017 by the Directorate General. And the export offices upload in the system the decision in the information system and decide whether or not give the export permit. In 2017, Law for Market and Competition, Law 124, Articles 175, 176, introduced a reform to the export regime, providing a monetary threshold of 13,500 euros. The related export document, a self-certification, was included since December 1st, 2020, in the information system of export offices of the Ministry of Culture, becoming then operational. Before that date, the export of artworks having more than 70 years and whose values was less than 13,500 euro was still subject to an export authorization, the attestato di libera circolazione. Law number 124 of 2017 was implemented through the further ministerial decrees, and with the ministerial decree number 367 of July 2020, it officially came into force. Such new simplified export regime, beside introducing the monetary threshold, below which also cultural property may be exported, raised also the age threshold, meaning that the only works of non-living authors which were created more than 70 years and no more 50 could be considered as cultural property, so subject to export restrictions. Therefore, pursuant to the current amended Article 65 of the Cultural Heritage Code, the export of artworks which were created more than 70 years ago by a no longer living artist and worth more than 30,500 euros is subject to prior formal written authorization. To demonstrate the value of the work, the Ministerial Decree number 246 of May 2018 provided several criteria, and more precisely, the export applicant shall file: if the work was sold at auction or through an art dealer in the last 3 years, the photographs of the works and invoice proving the auction price or the sale price deduced all commissions and other costs or expenses. If the work was sold between private parties in the last 3 years, the photograph of the work and a copy of the contract signed by the parties and a statement of both parties made before a public officer. If the work shall be sold at auction abroad, a copy of the auction catalogue showing auction date with photographs and a maximum auction value of less than 30,500 euro, or the consignment or deposit agreement signed by both parties with an evaluation of the work less than 30,500 euro. Section 2 of Article 7 of this decree, that is the decree of 2018, specifies that the value of the work can always be determined by an evaluation made after a physical exam of the work by Export Office of the Ministry of Culture or by an expert registered in the court-appointed expert registry. In case the value of the work is under the economic threshold, the export applicant can directly file at the Export Office a self-certification. Even though Italy still has one of the most stringent laws on the protection of national cultural heritage, such reform pushed it on one step further towards the global art market. However, the new Section 4 bis of Article 65 of the Code established that for any work of art, the Export Office can declare it as cultural property when possessing an artistic, historical, archaeological, or ethnanthropological interest, which is exceptional for the integrity and the completeness of the Italian cultural heritage. This new category can still be considered cultural property and is then subject to export restrictions. It is worth noting that the current Italian value threshold is not applicable to archaeological artifacts, incunabula, manuscripts, and archives. So I will show you now specific cases of artistic, historical, anthropological, archaeological, and so on interested that the committee at central level, first at local level, but then also at central level, declare of particular interest and purchase them with an institute that we call acquisto coattivo all'esportazione, which might sound strange, a bit strange in English, but the translation is compulsory purchase on the export. Over the last 3 years, the Forest Service enhanced this tool as established by the code at Article 70. A pool of officers working for the Forest Service assessed the possibility of finalize the recommended purchases, by the export offices. Also here, different technical, economical, and administrative aspects are involved and evaluated. One important decision the service has to take is about the museum, which will receive this cultural property purchased. Therefore, we have to deal with all the museums on the Italian territory, but not only state museums, but also regional, civic, and some other public institutions or museum foundations. So here I have just a few examples of these purchases made last year in 2021 by the Directorate General. This, for instance, is an important painting of the 16th century, which was given to the Galleria degli Uffizi. So I chose this because we are in Florence. It was a really important purchase. It will be on exhibition on the first floor, and it will be integrated in the permanent collection of the galleries of the Uffizi. So we have a different kind, as you will see in this list, in a short list I put on the PowerPoint. This is for 1,400 paintings, which was given to the Galleria dell'Umbria. Then we have also contemporary art. This was a very, very important purchase of Egon Schiele drawing, which was given to the Istituto Centrale per la Grafica. We have also an Italian painter, contemporary painter, Ottone Rosai, and also this was given to the Uffizi galleries. We have also coins and medals, so really very heterogeneous material. These were 4 important coins given to the cabinet of Naples, of the Archaeological Museum in Naples. Then also books, as I said, we work also with the Directorate General for books and libraries and archives. These were action catalogs of coins of sales of the early 20th century, which were given to the cabinet of the Roman National Museum in Rome. And then also we have contemporary art, as I said, and design, also not only artworks, but design works. And also here, just to finish, this is an overcoat made by a famous Italian designer, which was given to the Museo Boncompagni Ludovisi in Rome for decorative arts and fine arts and decorative arts. So I hope it wasn't too boring, the first part, but as you could see, the concrete results of our work of protection, in this case of the Italian cultural heritage, is it showed you in these pictures and of the artworks, and it's really what we do every day to protect our cultural heritage.
Thank you, Marta. I think it was useful to understand how hard is the work of exportation offices, because it's not so easy to use this regulation. Now it's the turn of Marina Schneider, Principal Legal Officer and Treaty Depository at UNIDROIT, Repatriation of Cultural Heritage, the 1995 UNIDROIT Convention.
Thank you very much. I, of course, start by thanking the organizers for this wonderful opportunity to dialogue between Italy and the United States, and of course between law and culture, which is extremely interesting. And I've been asked closer. And I was asked to speak about repatriation with a focus on the 1995 UNIDROIT Convention, which is a convention which was wanted by Italy, supported by Italy. Italy is the depository of such convention, but it is the result of a consensus. And of course, we've been talking of Professor Merriman since the beginning. John Henry was member of the committee which drafted the first draft of this convention, but I think it's also time to pay tribute to Stefano Rodotà for Italy, who was in the committee too, and to be neutral to Professor Pierre Lalive, who was fundamental from the very beginning to the very end of the convention. We've been talking about circulation. Circulation is needed, circulation, but not only for exhibition or exchange purposes. There is a market. And on the market, there are many objects which can be on the market. They are there legally. And as long as the market is legal, and I would add nowadays ethical, there's no problem. The problem is when objects are not from legal origin, and that we don't speak about art market, but black market. And unfortunately, it's fed by thefts and looting. And this is illicit traffic, which we know now means also money laundering and terrorism financing. And this is very important because for states, this means, unfortunately, more than cultural reasons. Security is an issue. Since after the UN security resolutions, states were much more interested in talking about fighting against illicit traffic. Let's take this opportunity, and it's good. So I won't, of course, enter into detail of the resolutions, but they were very useful to fight illicit traffic, and just to also because the first, 2199, was adopted under Chapter 7 of the United Nations Charter, which means they are binding for all states. They have to return objects to Syria and Iraq after a certain date, allow for the safe return, counter illicit trafficking. Then other resolutions speak about developing the relationship with the private sector. We heard this morning already. It's fundamental, of course, and strengthen due diligence processes, all things we're going to see in the UNIDROIT Convention. The latest resolution asks states to ratify the conventions in this field and ask organizations, standard-setting organizations like mine, to help states to do so. And this is what we do. But restitution is a very sensitive issue because, of course, you have conflicting interests. You sometimes have a good faith purchaser. They do exist. It's difficult for me to say in some instances. Here it's easier. But there are. And they want to keep the object. But someone lost it and want to have it back. So how do we deal with this situation? States have national legislation. Italy and the United States do have. It's not enough because objects are traded internationally. They travel, they move. And I just put on the slide 2 examples of those smuggling routes. One from a report, very interesting report that the World Customs Organization is publishing every year on illicit trade. And Interpol also has published with very good statistics on those routes. And we do understand that they move, and sometimes they move more than one time to lose trace of the illicit origin of the object, going through countries which have legislations which protect the good faith purchaser, usually. Many instruments are useful when we speak about return and restitution. You have, and many also mechanisms. You can go to court, but you can also, always more, we have alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, conciliation, mediation, arbitrations, which are also provided for in the UNIDROIT Convention. And I would like to stress the importance of code of ethics. They are not binding, but in reality, they are fundamental for the professions. And sometimes they, and we'll see this in a minute, even though they have this in their ethical rules of the association, the trade association, there is a strong reluctance and strong opposition of the market when you try to regulate not by themselves. Italy, of course, is a member of the EU, so above the national legislation, it has to follow the rules of the EU. We have some which are of exclusive competence of the EU, a regulation of import and import, which directly apply in the country. And when it's a supporting competence to states, we have the directive 1993, recasted in 2014, which is the photocopy of the UNIDROIT Convention on the parts on illegal export. There are many conventions to which, those are the UNESCO conventions, to which Italy is a party to all of them. The United States a little less, but 54, 70, and 72 have been ratified by the US. The UNIDROIT Convention comes to complement the 1970 conventions. Some of those conventions, in particular 54, 1970, and 2001, which is, 54 is armed conflict, 70 is the one called illicit traffic, 2001 is underwater. They do have provisions on restitution too, but no mechanisms to implement this. There are other conventions which are very useful, may be very useful in cases of restitution. There's the ANTOC, the 2000 ANTOC Convention when it's organized crimes, and they do have these international guidelines and the practical assistance tools. I just put it for information because they are extremely useful. And the recent Council of Europe Convention, 2070, the Nicosia Convention, which is opened to non-European countries. Italy recently ratified it, and it entered into force a month ago. Because it's important to return objects, but it's also important to sanction the perpetrators of the offenses. And this is a convention which gives specific offenses against cultural property, which were missing and still are missing in many countries. Of course, investigation, mutual assistance are also tools very useful in view of obtaining restitution in the end. It's a multidisciplinary exercise. We've been saying this since the beginning of the conference. Investigators must work with the art market, with expert, and with justice if it ends in justice, because there's no one expertise, but it's expertise put together which work. Difficulties in convention or even in national legislation, I must say, is the implementation. There are a lot of rules, very few are implemented. So this is an issue. And the opposition or the reluctance of the art market is another. There are some specific obstacles to the return of cultural property. The enforcement of the law where the property is situated, it's the applicable law to request of restitution. States have very different legislations. It's not a problem when you deal inside your country. It becomes when you dialogue with another. And sometimes they are completely opposite. This is, for example, the case of the protection of the innocent purchaser. We roughly have civil law against common law. Some do protect the good faith purchaser, some even very strongly, like Italy. In common law, an object which is stolen, title will never pass. So we are from one extreme to the other. It's not easy to reconcile or to find, it's not a question probably of reconciling, but to find a solution, a consensus. And also the UNESCO Convention applies only between states. If an object is in a private collection, you cannot use the convention to have them back. So this is for sure, it's an image of the 70s when it was drafted, but for sure it was not. There are some possibilities, of course, to remove those obstacles. And in particular, we'll see now the 1995 convention. For those of you who do not know UNIDROIT, UNIDROIT is the International Institute for the Unification of Private Law. We were founded in 1926. It's a very old organization. We used to be an organ of the League of Nations. We now are an independent intergovernmental organization So UN is not for United Nations. We're not United Nations. UN is for uniforme, droit uniforme, as French was the language at that time. We are, as you can see, in a beautiful palace in Rome. We have 63 member states from all over the world. It might seem not many, of course, but we cover 73% of the world population and more than 90% of the global world GDP. Both the US and Italy are members of the organization. Our starting point was the 1970 Convention of UNESCO, of course, but so we built on the strength, but we remedy its weaknesses, which are on private law aspects, on restitution, and of course the fact that many countries have not implemented this convention into national legislation. So they are party to a convention, but it's an empty box. If they don't implement, it means nothing. Already in 1983, a UNESCO committee asked UNIDROIT to work on the private law aspects, in particular the protection of the good faith acquirer, because recognizing that the 70 Convention didn't work on restitution. And so this, again, is a way to put together public and private. We saw this morning institutions, but it's also the case for the law. The two scenarios that we had to deal with were theft and illegal export, which are the two situations that you can find in the 1970 Convention. So an object is stolen from a private owner or a state, of course, illegally exported from a country. So you have an offense, you have who can claim, you have an action, which is possible, but you have a problem in both situations. In the theft, the stolen object can be bought by a good faith acquirer. In many instances, this is the end of the story. If you want it back, you buy it back. It's not satisfactory. In the illegal exportation, although the object was protected, was not due to go out of the country, it went out in violation of a legislation, it may be acquired legally in another country because of the non-extraterritoriality of the application of the law. It's less true today because of the UNIDROIT Convention, I must say, and not only, of course, but these were the two situations that we were trying to find a solution to. And we did this with UNESCO, but they decided that the expertise was with UNIDROIT, and this is why it was done by us. But our work was to be compatible and complementary, of course. There are many conventions. They need to be, there needs to be a synergy between the instruments, otherwise it's so. The UNIDROIT Convention strengthened the 1970 Convention on restitution. But of course, it's totally over-optimistic to think that countries sit together at a table, as we do. They would need to find a solution. They would leave aside their national legislation to ratify conventions just for the sole purpose of harmonization and unification. They just sit and they start to say, but this is not, this is not my law. This is different from my law. Yes, it is. But what do we want? Do we have an end? The end is the purpose, and unification of law is the mean to get to the end we want. And this is what we do at UNIDROIT, which is absolutely fascinating, because we have countries from all over the world, all continents, all political, legal, cultural systems, and we need to talk together. We need to find a solution, which is a consensus to all. So what we've done in this case, we start by common law, automatic restitution of stolen objects, but civil law with a compensation to the good faith purchaser on condition of active behavior. So the UNIDROIT Convention, I'll go quickly, puts two mechanisms, one for stolen object. Any object which is stolen needs to be returned, no condition. If the possessor is in good faith and we on purpose avoid the term good faith, because otherwise each judge would go back to its national legislation, it's due diligence, and the burden of proof is on the possessor. It's not the state requesting or the person requesting the return to prove how you behaved. How can you prove someone else's behavior? No. What have you done when acquiring the object? The burden of proof being on the possessor, the convention gives criteria, what due diligence is. which has a preventive effect. Before buying, what should I do? But for the judge, how then to give a compensation to the good faith purchaser because he has done something. One very important thing is the consultation of stolen databases, which were not existing in 95. It accepts the Carabinieri, of course, and the French police. They were not open to the public. Interpol created in 95, after the UNRWA Convention, another database. There are tools around for museums, for anybody. This is the ICOM Red List, which are not stolen objects, but they are particularly protected objects. So if an object you want to buy looks like one of those objects, be careful. They are protected by law. You cannot acquire them. Other mechanism for illegally exported objects, there needs to be a violation, so the state has to have a legislation saying this kind of object cannot go out, but it's not sufficient, because again, it's a consensus between market countries and less market countries, and some countries prohibit the export of all the objects, in particular in Latin America. So of course the market countries said, but then there would be no market. So it's not enough to have a violation of the legislation. You always also have to say that the fact that the object left the country impairs an interest, which can be the fact that it was a complex object and only a part went out. But it's also, and this is when we reconcile also intangible, if I can say so, if the fact that the object has left the country impairs a community to have a ritual. So this is law and culture and compensation. In case of illicit export, you have to look at the export certificate, if it exists, and there are places where to look at. Again, all trade associations have the obligation to verify the provenance of the objects. What UNIDROIT does is to render binding those rules. Nevertheless, the trade was not really happy with it. This is what happens when you do not provide a research in provenance. You all know the case of Steinhardt, who was due to return objects which lacked verifiable provenance. The convention also say who can claim and for how long it can be claimed. We have no time to, but they have specific. What is important also that the convention gives special protections to two types or categories of objects: excavations, clandestine excavations, and objects which are in use by a tribal or indigenous community. And what I wanted to say also for the discussion we had, Professor Harding speaking yesterday about communities too, what is very important is that in the UNIDROIT Convention, such provisions are there not because we would believe African countries or have asked. No, the two countries which asked for such specific provisions were Canada and the Netherlands. So it's very important. So they do deserve, because of course, clandestine archaeological excavations are not covered by the UNIDROIT, the UNESCO Convention. They are not in an inventory and so on. So, and they are considered as stolen. Comprehensive system, the UNIDROIT Convention is self-executing. It doesn't need an implementation legislation, which is very important for states, but which render more difficult for states to ratify, of course. It is, we today have 63 contracting states. The last countries to have deposited formally the instrument is Mexico, explaining that it is to fill the gap of the 1970 convention, but we still have at least 6 or 7 countries which already have finished the internal procedure they need to deposit with the Italian government depository. And I will end by also the importance of bilateral agreements. We spoke yesterday, and the Councillor Gupta spoke, and many others, about the memorandum that Italy has. It's more than 20. Last year, they celebrated the 20th anniversary because it's these agreements are renewed every 5 years. But what is very important in these instruments, and Turkey in 2021, this year Nigeria has done this. It's very important, not only the fact that because the United States, they block the import on the territory, it's all the cultural cooperation which is behind those agreements, which is very important too. And I finished almost, it's not the last, but the one before, Italy has started with Ministro Rutelli at that time, the cultural diplomacy. Of course, I know that, but this is a very interesting thing because law sometimes is an obstacle for return. So at some point, I think a country must decide which are the most important objects which should come back, and if possible, say, okay, legally speaking, maybe the ownership remains where it is because it's not possible, but we want them back, at least some emblematic, like the Eufronios crater, and then objects will circulate. It's not, there's never no ideal solution, but creativity here too is important. So I think, and really to finish, I will finish with an invitation. We are here at the invitation also of universities, but not only. Unidroit is organizing this year a summer course to train lawyers, but those who will implement our instruments, not only the cultural property. Judges, they don't use conventions because they don't know them. Lawyers do not claim the restitution on the basis of conventions because they don't know them. So we're doing this. And I invited all of you to join us in our academic project to continue discussing those issues. Thank you so much.
Thanks to Marina Schneider, very rich of contenuti, but we will discuss it at the end. Now it's the turn of Italo Carli, Head of Arte Generale Italia, Charisma, a European project dedicated to preservation and conservation of cultural heritage.
Thank you to all the organizers and the great opportunity to be here. It's a pleasure for me. And first of all, I'm going to present myself. I'm Italo Carli. I'm the head of Arte Generale Italy. That's the initiative of Arte of the Generale Group to say and to have a professional, dedicated division to take care about the art insurance. I'm not going to present, you know, I have different stimulus during these days, and I'm not going to present what is doing generally in the cultural heritage environment. For instance, the last example was the restitution of the Procuratie Vecchia in Venice. That was a huge investment, a huge way to, you know, renew what is something coming from the heritage. Roughly 180s, it is the story of Generali. But that's part, I would say, of the way a corporate could support the cultural heritage. My role here is more, and I said, yes, I'm Italo Carli, and someone yesterday evening asked me, what's your background? And they say, I'm an engineer. What is doing an engineer here in a fine art environment? And I said, and we will see, my presentation is not dedicated on the opportunity to control the transit, but we have also a cultural heritage staying there. We have a lot of monuments, we have a lot of building. There are a lot of experts, and we talk about the objects, but the object must be protected also in an environment, in a region, in a site, in a building, in a room. And so we need to have a mix of expertise to understand and a multidisciplinary aspect to have this kind of vision. And that's why I think we are going to, our role, of course, my role is to, no, it's not, sorry. Questo. Okay. So, yes, we are sure, and our role is to have a professional approach in this environment. We have the same, I would say, At the end of the day, an insurer is just protecting the value. We can talk and discuss about value. Okay, what is value? Is economic, is the price we are going to see in the next TIF of Masi, to have a rough idea what is. This is the value. Is it the value what the I would say the community gives to this artwork? Somehow the simplest way to have an order of the value is in euro, dollars, whatever it is. This is a simple way for the community to understand what's valued more is also the threshold. What is the threshold? Is not easy to find a transaction, the same object in the same day, what the value is. The value is the simplest way to give I would say an order. And our role is to protect the value at the end, because there's also economic impact. But our mission is also understand how to protect. We have the same role. You know, the insurance is like the umbrella. You need the umbrella if it's going to rain, but no one wants to have rain. And we have the same approach, the same role. So for us, it's very important to understand and to have our clients conscious about the risk they are going to protect and to take, or to decide to release to the insurer. That could be a great support in terms of economic impact on their collection values or whatever it is we are talking about, cultural heritage, that not only object. So one of the issues we are going to focus and to have in these days, I would say also the level of hot we are facing and is one of the issues. But natural disaster, you know, they really always mark the cultural history. And the risk of damage, building, artifacts, art. Yes, we have all this kind of risk of theft, but one of the main impact could be natural disaster, destruction, climate change. We are going to face this effect, and it's going to increase our exposure. Water, flash water. This is something that is going to change our perception of our goods, but first of all, our cultural heritage. The same situation, the same object, the same building, they're going to be attacked in a different way. And we need to have a vision and, I would say, to be prepared for. This is the key in our perspective. That's why we are going to participate and to contribute, I would say, to this European project that we call Charisma, that we need to find a way to make, you know, we are always a bit of marketing also in the European Union. There's this Cultural Heritage Academy for Risk Management. We need the aim of this project I'm going to present with the following slide is to prepare people, to increase the awareness and prepare some people to be ready to deal with this different position and different aspect, the different skills we need to have this kind of proper approach. This is a cross-national Erasmus project. The idea is to coming with a different knowledge, even coming from different country, to prepare a training, prepare people for this kind of activity. What are the partners? Yes, Arte Generale, we know we are the insurer, somehow we are the end client of this from one side. Of course, there's all the private and public institution. We talk about foundation, because also private, because if the collectors they have a fantastic, they have the position is to protect is the key element for everyone who loves art. So somehow we are the one of the kind of the stakeholders of this project, of course, but we need to be part of this project. We have a small, there's a small company, but it's focused on supporting in doing things, not only training, but doing things. So preparing. For the Mazzini Lab is a small company dedicated to this cultural approach, not cultural heritage, but supporting to prepare people to think about this. With Mazzini Lab, for instance, we did a similar, we prepared the PSEM is security and emergency plan, not only for people, because for people it's mandatory, but for objects too. And we did it together, for instance, for the Museum of Bolzano, the Museum, the Contemporary Art Museum. Yes, because we need to test, we need to have a sizable test that allowed us to have control a quite complex situation. But the other part is the University of Krems in Austria, that is very focused on, especially the capability of train and to talk about this kind of prevention. There is very important, I would say, background in terms of skills. The Università per Stranieri di Perugia, they have very strong skills in what is linked the risk about water. All sense water is, every raining is what's the effect of. It's quite complex, but very, very interesting. And last but not least, the University of the Czech Republic. I'm not able to read the name, I'm sorry for that, but my Czech is not so fluent. But they are conducting long-term research in conservation science and in the interdisciplinary problems of cultural heritage. They have a strong, a dedicated institution to control all the structure around it. But because I said, yes, we can have all the skills about the object, but there's something around it. It's like an onion, you know. We just said the object is inside, but the rest, we need to manage also the rest. That's quite interesting project, and I will show you what are the purpose of the project and how we are going to manage it. So the main purpose, as I said, is to prepare or to give access of these skills of number of voluntary or people that wants to be trained on these matters. Could be public officer, could be professional. It will be for free, of course, because it's financed by the European community. But the idea is to prepare something to increase the skills and the consciousness of these matters. Focus a little bit more, not only on what we are going to do, but even thinking about the future, the climate change impact. So not only focus on the past, but what could be the next future risk, or the next, it's not, I would say future risk, but the present risk is the reality. Adopting a multi-level approach. So different discipline, different contribution, different way to think about. So the focus is in building up new skills and competence in risk assessment and prevention. This is something that, to be honest with you, there's a lack of competence we feel during our daily activity as insurers. As an insurer, the people is talking about objects. It's particularly difficult in our environment because, as I said, the objects are, we talk about archaeologic, from archaeologic to book, passing to statues and design, and I don't want to, but you know, what is fragile, what is on risk, it depends not only on this object itself, but where is it, and how is it stored and managed. And I would say manage is one of the critical points, but it's just my experience. So this kind of approach is a skill that, first of all, we need to collect information. There are 4 steps in our approach. First of all, gather evidence and raise awareness. And one of the, because one of what we are gathering is all the information, all the rules that we have in Europe, and how this conscious promoted these kind of skills. What the first result, I don't want to spoil our activity, but in fact, in the last 2 years, the number of papers increased in an impressive way. So somehow the consciousness is coming. It's coming, but it's not really shared. And what is missing a bit is exactly the awareness. The awareness is from the professional side, few people dedicated on these topics, but not a real conscious communication on the, I would say, the community. The second step is to understand if there is a market needs. Because we can do, yes, we can be conscious, but as we said before, you know, economics is not outside. We need to understand if there is a sustainability that is not only in terms of what we want to do, but it's also a sustainability economics. Is it feasible? Yes, no. There's a job for this. Then we are going to invest to develop a digital tool to make it feasible, easy, and consistent with the actual time. You know, to doing this, we know a little bit the story because somehow, as I said, we are trying to not only to study but to train and test. We need to collect a lot of information. We need to connect a lot of information. We need to find a way to understand what are the critical risk for every single object and situation. So there are a lot of data we need to collect to have a proper approach on this situation. And to develop a digital tool could not solve the problem, but support the people working on it. At the end, we are going to deliver a training session that could be available for the community. These are our objective, and as I said, we are starting what we are doing. We do the analysis of the as-is situation, and it's important to understand where we are, not only in a single country, but across country. It's a way to, you know, also to compare. As I think it's could be very interesting for all the community, and the first of all is reliable data. That's why we are working with the university with all the methodology. Skills, as I said, skills, I think it could be, I really believe that could be a job opportunity in the next future. We are going to prepare a lot of people skilled in art, skilled in different things, but they need to implement their skills also with this aspect. That it will be, I'm sure of it, it will be more and more important in the next future, I would say present future. Digital tool, I said, is critical because we need to support this kind of activity. It's so complex that we cannot imagine to do in a handmade single ticking box left and right. So it's critical. And then we have to to give the opportunity to train people. The minimum objective is 50 students, but I'm sure of it that we are going to close this, I would say, target only in Italy, because I'm already collecting a lot of requests, and I'm sure that this will be a training that could impact more than these minimum targets that European community give us. So, thank you all.
Now we have the last one for this morning, and it's Professor Carl Brandon Strelke, Curator Emeritus of the Philadelphia Museum of Art.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers, Jennifer Celani, Andrea Pessina, for this opportunity. I must say it was interesting for me just to see the Euphronius vase, because 1972-73 University at Columbia University, Professor Richard Brilliant brought us down, and of course we looked at the Euphronius vase in our class on Greek pottery, and now of course we'd all have to come here, which is also a great opportunity for everyone. My talk will be a little bit different than the other ones that preceded me, largely because it's the foreign perspective, but also because I think there's considerable debate in the United States about what constitutes the country, the U.S. cultural heritage. And my remarks will be on what the theme of this section, protection, means in today's United States. And we'll see that in America, protection is tied up with interpretation. And although I shall not talk of circulation, I here show a slide of one of Goya's most famous paintings, which from 1904 to 1974 was here in Villa Ruspoli, I think on this wall, that wall, as a reminder that what constitutes cultural heritage changes. In 1974, when offered for sale by the Ruspoli family, the Italian state did not buy it, one of the great Spanish masterpieces, but the collector Luigi Magnani. The debate on the United States cultural heritage erupted into the general public's consciousness at a neo-Nazi white supremacist rally over the proposed removal of the statue of Robert E. Lee, which you see in the background, in Charlottesville, Virginia, in August 2017. Lee was the commanding general of the Confederacy, and monuments to him can be found throughout the American South. Many of them were not erected in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War, which ended on 9 April 1865, but in the late 19th century or early 20th century during the period of what we call Jim Crow, which refers to the laws enacted by Southern state legislatures to disenfranchise Black Americans and included the segregation and racial screening of the U.S. government's civil service under President Woodrow Wilson starting in April 1913. The Lee statue in Charlottesville, Virginia, was begun shortly after in 1917 and was dedicated in 1924 at an event organized by three Confederate historical associations. The Confederate Veterans, Sons of Confederate Veterans, and the United Daughters of the Confederacy. Cadets from the military academy marched through town that was gaily decorated in Confederate colors. General Lee's 3-year-old great-granddaughter pulled the Confederate flag draped over the statue. The statue was finished by an Italian, Leo Lentelli, a Bolognese immigrant to the United States after the death of the initial sculptor, the New Yorker Henry Merwin Schrade. At his death, Schrade had also been working on the monument to the opposing general, Ulysses S. Grant, commander of the Union troops and later president, for a prime position in front of the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. On 6 January 2021, a seditious, largely white supremacist mob, egged on by Donald Trump, rallied around the statue before breaking into the Capitol in an attempt to reverse the results of the election. It was of little importance to those rioters that Grant had fought for the end of slavery and the preservation of the Union. So in America, statues become flashpoints of conflict. A brief aside on Lentelli. He later worked on the sculpture of Rockefeller Center in New York, creating the reliefs in Palazzo d'Italia at 626 Fifth Avenue, showing the 4 epochs of Italian history, which were then considered Roman, Renaissance, Risorgimento, and Fascism. During the Second World War, Italians, Germans, and Japanese lost their rental leases in the building, but the relief celebrating Italian fascism, because very high up, is still there today. After Pearl Harbor, Sempre Avanti Eterna Giovinezza, a Pyrex glass relief by Attilio Piccirilli, was covered up on the entrance of Palazzo d'Italia, now called the International Building North. We don't say Palazzo Italia. Rockefeller Center also had another building called the British Empire, which they don't call that. I think that's International Building South. In 1965, it was replaced by Giacomo Manzu's Italia, a gift to the Fiat Corporation. The Robert E. Lee Monument was financed by a donor to the University of Virginia, Paul Goodloe McIntyre, a Charlottesville native who made a success on Wall Street. It was one of 4 sculptures that he underwrote. The others are of the Revolutionary War General George Rogers Clark, the Confederate General Thomas Johnson Jackson, known as Stonewall Jackson, and the explorers Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. McIntyre's contributions to Charlottesville were not only for monuments to men who fought for the preservation of slavery or land steals in the frontier West, he also funded the departments of the fine arts and music at the University of Virginia. In doing so, McIntyre was fulfilling the original plan of Thomas Jefferson, who had founded and designed the university in 1817, and who had always hoped that there would be a professor of fine arts. When it was originally founded, they were not teaching fine arts yet. That required about a century. McIntyre's role has proved to be an embarrassment to the present-day art department. A statement on its webpage questions whether his name should remain. In addition to pursuing the possibility of changing our department's name in consultation with university stakeholders, we are committed to researching and confronting the white supremacism McIntyre helped cultivate and maintain, along with the name's continued impact on our community. At its most benign, McIntyre's gift of the 4 statues to Charlottesville can be seen within the context of the City Beautiful movement, which had grown out of the Columbian Exposition of 1893 in Chicago as an effort to improve urban neighborhoods with the erection of public monuments. In Charlottesville, but this was one that also wrought destruction. In Charlottesville, a neighborhood of largely black residents and businesses was raised to create a park to house a Stonewall Jackson monument. And there's little doubt that the donor, McIntyre, was a supporter of white supremacism and segregation. In April 2016, the Charlottesville City Council had appointed a committee called the Blue Ribbon Commission on Race, Monuments, and Public Space to address the issues of monuments which were offensive to Black and Native Americans. In February 2017, it was voted to remove the Lee statue, which became a rallying point, as I showed before, for white supremacists and neo-Nazis, and the site of a terrifying torch-lit march on 11 August. The Unite the Right rally took place the next day with counter-protests. At 1:40 p.m., a car driven by a white supremacist, James Alex Fields Jr., rammed into the crowd, injuring 19 people and killing Heather Heyer. Here is the murderer at the rally earlier that morning. The statue was later covered and finally removed in 2021, so just last year, actually, along with the 3 others I showed before, financed by McIntyre. In the meantime, there were lots of protests about other monuments to Lee, and in particular, the one in Richmond, the Virginia state capital, which had been motivated by the horrific incidents of police violence like the murders of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd. In 1994, all 4 of the Charlottesville statues had been placed, though, on the National Register of Historic Places. The propriety of these monuments had not yet been seriously questioned, although in that year several women's rights movement groups had protested to no avail to the humiliating portrayal of Sacagawea, who was the guide of Lewis and Clark to the west, to Oregon. The request to place on the list appears to have place all these on the National Register of Historic Place list, appears to have come from the city of Charlottesville. It was approved at the state level by the Virginia Department of Historic Resources and a researcher, Betsy Godis Batten, who had been employed to write up the history of the monuments. In her write-up, she evinced no embarrassment about what these statues represented. The National Register of Historic Places was established as part of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1996, passed by Congress during the administration of Lyndon Baines Johnson. It is simply a listing, and unless owned by the National Park Service, another entity, the monument is only entitled to a rather anonymous plaque designating its status, like the one for the Woodstock Music Festival. They're rather like the green and blue plaques that one sees in London here for the birthplace of the Queen and where the residence of Karl Marx. The designation does not give any legal protection to the monument. The United States, in fact, as we've seen before, has few federal laws concerning the preservation and care of U.S. historic sites. In September 2019, someone sprayed the date 1619 on the pedestals of the statue of Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson. 1619 is a very important date for America. This was undoubtedly a protester who wanted the monuments removed. 1619 is the date that the first enslaved Africans arrived in Virginia, as commemorated by a marker at Fort Monroe on the Chesapeake. Note the differences in the text from the original 1994 marker and the one put up in 2015, including the date of the emancipation of enslaved persons. The date 1619 is also a reflection of the publication in the New York Times Magazine on 18 August 2019 of the 1619 project, which represented the results for a wide public of an ongoing historical research interpretations of the origins of American slavery and its effect on the early history of the country. Conceived by historian Nicole Hannah-Jones, the mission statement reads that 1916 Project is an ongoing initiative from the New York Times Magazine that began in August 2019, the 400th anniversary of the beginning of American slavery. It aims to reframe the country's history by placing the consequences of slavery and the contributions of Black Americans at the very center of our national narrative. The project had an immediate impact on teaching in schools, and the Pulitzer Center, the same organization that gives out the Pulitzer Prizes, created a curriculum for school children of varying ages. This emphasis on the history of enslaved persons and the Black contribution to early American history created a serious Black conservative, particularly Republican America. Senator Tom Cotton introduced a bill that schools that taught it would lose federal funding. The clause of his proposed bill reads, "An activist movement is now gaining momentum to deny or obfuscate this history by claiming that America was not founded on the ideals of the Declaration," meaning Declaration of Independence, but rather on slavery and oppression. As the 2020 election approached, Donald Trump realized that the history wars could be a potent weapon in his arsenal. He declared that critical race theory, the 1619 Project, and the crusade against American history is toxic propaganda, ideological poison that, if not removed, will dissolve the civic bonds that tie us together and will destroy our country. And he signed, shortly afterwards, an executive order creating the 1776 Commission to teach the true history of America's founding. The United States is a large country without many laws or traditions for the preservation of its historic, archaeological, architectural, and artistic heritage, but one in which the interpretation of the past is constantly debated. There are those like Cotton and Trump who want a single triumphant interpretation of the country's founding, and those like Nicole Hannah-Jones, the New York Times, and the Pulitzer Center who wish to expand our understanding of the founding chapters of the country's history. Both these viewpoints affect how we experience museum and historic sites. In these places, the debates continue. I could demonstrate many examples of how this is playing out in the labeling and audience outreach at art museums, but perhaps is no more evident than at the many plantations in the South where the slave quarters have been researched and excavated in the past 3 decades or so. When I was much younger, a visit to Monticello of Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration of Independence, with its memorable phrase, "All men are created equal," would concentrate on the Palladian architecture of the villa. Oh, how Italian it is. Pastoral as it looks, it is, of course, on the top of a hill, overseeing a 500-acre plantation, now wooded, but which would have had art fields, where over the course of Jefferson's life, about 600 people worked in bondage. In relatively recent times, there's been work on Mulberry Row, where there were the quarters of those working by the nearby house. The agricultural workers were housed much further away, nearer the fields. Special tours can be taken of this area, which has been object of an archaeological dig and part reconstructed. I've been there. A tour of this area usually comes after a visit to the house and an account of Thomas Jefferson's accomplishments as an 18th century intellectual of the Enlightenment and defender of the rights of man. It is a real shock, even if one already knows what is coming. Such reinterpretations of historic houses, though, are not, however, restricted to the American South. Historic associations of the United Kingdom are increasingly acknowledging the source of wealth of the builders of the great country houses was slave-based, largely sugar trade. This has been a focus of the reinterpretation of Marble Hill in Richmond, England, which was owned by Henrietta Howard, who was given shares in the South Sea Company by her lover, the Prince of Wales, the future King George II. While Sir Thomas Lawrence, head of English Heritage and husband of Princess Anne Mountbatten Windsor, acknowledges that this information might make visitors uncomfortable, he says, history is what happened. Telling the story of Marble Hill without making the link to the slave trade into mahogany, another slave import or export, would be wrong. In my view, the transatlantic slave trade was one of the most appalling things in British history. This type of interpretation could also be applied to monuments in Italy, but I think they've done this recently in Pompeii, and indeed here in Florence. The riches of the Ferroni Chapel in Santissima Annunziata, or their properties such as the Palazzo Spiniferrone in Piazza Santa Trinita and the Bella Vista are fruit in part of the family's dealings with the slave trade. In enslaved persons, they were representatives of the Dutch East India Company, and they had four enslaving ships, La Speranza, La Prudenza, La Santa Caterina, e La Santi Giovanni e Cosimo. In recent Trumpian times in America, there's been a pushback. Newspapers have recorded visitors, largely all white, that make up the majority of the people visiting these places, complaining about the emphasis on slavery. As reported in the Washington Post, one visitor at a plantation in Charleston, South Carolina, complained in an online review that she didn't come to hear a lecture about how white people treated the slaves. At Monticello, one tourist could not stomach hearing what a bad person he, Jefferson, really was. Both at Monticello and Mount Vernon, specialized tours about the enslaved people are offered free as well as at various charges. And as a guide at the Whitney Plantation in Louisiana noted, honestly, plantation and slavery is one and the same. On the website for Monticello, there are several videos about slaveries. One deals with overseers and violence and talks of how Jefferson went after runaway slaves. This newspaper, that's a list of some of the videos, and that's some of the tours that you can take. This newspaper notice is to recapture Sandy, who ran away after a violent beating. The video, narrated by a guide, notes that many visitors inquire if Jefferson treated his enslaved people well. to which the only reply is that one must understand that it is impossible to be a good slave owner. As you can see from my remarks, in the United States, the debate about what constitutes the country's cultural heritage is ongoing. It is not so much focused on how to preserve it, but on how to interpret it, and most importantly, teach it for future generations. As I'm approaching my 70s, certainly what I learned about it in school in the 1960s, that liberal decade, does not resemble any of the discussion happening today. Thank you.
So thank you to all the speakers. We have time for a discussion and for the questions. I think we can start from the public, the participant. There is any question to the speakers? Okay. I try, is yes?
Oh, okay. So I have one for Dr. Strelky, if I pronounce it correctly. So you talked about the removal of the statue, and I would like to know, because I'm interested from the Italian perspective, where the statue were moved to, like museums or... Because there are different models that we are thinking about in Italy, where to move the statues, and the debate is open, and I wrote a paper of iconoclasm, and I'm actually very interested in the topic, and so this is my first question.
Sometimes they're being moved to museums. This is all very recent because I was talking about 2021, so not that long ago, really. The four I showed from Charlottesville, there's been a lot of debate about it, and there's been a debate particularly among local community about the one I showed of Meriwether, of Lewis and Clark, about whether it should be melted down and the bronze be given to the community to construct another monument out of it. So I would say the debate is ongoing and it hasn't been decided. There are some cases, a monument that was on Fifth Avenue in New York City of a gynecologist who had done experiments on enslaved women, and it was removed from the Fifth Avenue site and brought actually to his tomb, which was in a cemetery in New York. The discussion's open.
Question for Professor Pieri Valentini. Hi, sorry, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Giulietta Giardini. I'm a lawyer. So I have two remarks. The first one is that I think there is a permanent table at the Ministry of Culture working on the art market, and it was established in December 2021. And it was made by a proposal of the lobby Apollo, the one that also promoted the reform of the, you probably know this better than me, 2016. And I think there's an ongoing debate. I don't know, because you said it would be interesting to have the art market being part of the change or having a say on the law. And I think they have a say since they also guided they had a say since they guided the reform that moved the year threshold for export law. But I don't know to what extent you think they're engaged, or so maybe they could do more, they could be more involved. And I also I support that, and also think they should be made part of big events taking place in Italy, like the G7 or G20. So they were not even invited, and I think that was a missed opportunity, because I think if you want really to engage the art market and collectors, you have to let them speak at this kind of events. It was just, they were not part of it, and I think it was a missed opportunity. The second remark is it's about what you said about export control being the core of Italian law, or at the basis of Italian law. And so I'm no professor, and I have been studying Italian law. I did an archaeological research for a case that I'm working on of a piece that it's in the US, and we are trying to returning to Italy, and so I studied the law, the Vatican law, and I went back to the 1425. It was the ex incunctarum orbis provinciarum, and it says, and it's based on protection. So I think at the core of Italian law, this is my perspective, it's protection rather than export control. And export control is more like a consequence of that, because it was established in, there were embryonic provision in the Editto Pacca, Editto Doria before. So, and maybe that's what you meant, and I don't know if you agree with me or not, because saying that at the core of Italian law, it's export protection, it made it sound that Italian law is just an expression of cultural nationalism, like blind cultural nationalism, maybe. So to resurrect Merriman for the 10th time, maybe today. And so I partially agree with that, and also, as Marina Schneider said, export laws are important, but they're not enough sometimes. And for example, from a US perspective, because I work in the US, they're important when there's conversion in the law, like in the Barakat case, that they convert and say, okay, you have a good export law, maybe we can protect your property based on the export law. You don't need a patrimony law. Yeah, so I think patrimony laws are what makes the protection real. And so, but thank you so much for your presentation. It was very interesting. And thank you for raising these points, because it made me think about all this. So thank you so much.
So thank you very much, and sorry if I had to go out for 2 minutes. Thank you for your question, because it allows me to adding something that in 15, 20 minutes I couldn't deep. So yes, of course, it's true that since last December, if I remember correctly, we had a decree that established in the Italian Ministry of Culture a table with art market representatives that had to start its works in January 2022, but I do not have information if this, so what I'm saying from being a researcher, so I'm not working in the ministry, and what I can say is that, so for example, I had the chance for my PhD research project to deeply study art export controls as an administrative functions in Italy, France, and in England. And when I was looking in France and in England, how this administrative function was built by a legislative point of view, not by an administrative point of view. So how in these two countries, parliaments and governments arrived at enacting a legislation on this topic, or modifying or changing a legislation on this topic. We can think about France, that hugely changed the legislation like 1 year ago, making double the economic threshold, for example. So if we look at these two countries, we can clearly see how the legislator, this mystical entity, worked, because we have report, we have debates, parliamentary debates, there are works of commission, there are this permanent table with our market representative in France was established in 1919. So like 30 years before than what happened in Italy. And so what I'm saying is not that art market stakeholders or actors should be involved because they are more important or it is essential to change the Italian legislation. What I'm saying is that it would be very useful to have public debates on these topics, also within, for example, parliamentary commissions. So I was studying all the accessible reports of the 7th Commission in the Italian Senate and the Chamber, that is the commission dedicated to culture, and I couldn't find any discussion on art export controls before the reform was adopted in Italy. And in Italy, this reform has been like a huge impact and a huge change in the Italian legislation. And again, from a researcher, being a researcher and from a research point of view, I found this quite problematic, not having a clear and transparent possibility to see why we arrived to this change. That could be good, could be bad, could be doubtable, but I couldn't see from an external point of view, without having interviews or insight, see how could we arrive to this change. And regarding the second question, I totally agree that protection is the core element of Italian legislation on cultural heritage. And maybe what I wanted to highlight is that in Italy, art export controls are seen as a way of protecting cultural heritage. So art export controls are used, again, as a tools to protect national cultural heritage. Thank you.
I don't have a direct experience, but I have a lot of information from people who is sitting on the table, I would say. So the table, yes, they have some meeting. I think it's yes, is a first a good point to have a permanent table to have this kind of discussion, but it's not an easy game. Even the I can say the private contribution, so the organization, what is representing who? What are the art dealers? Is it only is it the book representative of the book dealer? Must be represented. So it's not an easy, not transparent because it's not really mature. Okay. But the good news that you are moving forward. The good news that somehow there's something that's a way to not see the private sector of the private, because there's a lot, what is also moved this kind of approach is the private sector present a sort of some facts linked to the fact that around the culture there is a different activity moving a part of the GDP of Italy. That's not, you know, also the politician needs to have facts to discuss around, not only cultural position. It's a different way to sit down and to discuss together, because it's part of the matter. Just a little point on your presentation that I could add. When we are talking about the impact of Italian market, I've looked at all the data. They are focusing on auction houses. So we don't have auction houses, important auction houses in Italy. So it doesn't mean that Italians or Italian market is so tiny. You know, because for several, I don't want to open another debate, okay? But just to share with you, yes, we are talking. These are the only official figures. When you saw this so tiny volumes, doesn't mean that the Italian market is so small. In all sense, selling, buying, transit, and so on. So
about this table, we don't know nothing. I mean, from the superintendents, we only know that the Carabinieri are not accepted at the table. Yeah, this is funny. This is a funny story. This is a funny story.
It's not an easy.
No, and there is no debating at Parliament about this thing. No. I have a question, maybe to Marina. How we can calculate the illegal trafficking? I mean, the amount, because it's an hidden one. So, which tools we can use to have an idea of the total amount per year? Yeah. It's like corruption. How we can calculate if we don't know?
Well, this is not the question to ask me, because this is the first question that all journalists ask me. As if what we all do to protect or to find, to try to have object return, were based on an economic value of the loss. This is, for example, when the UN Security Resolution was adopted in 2015, they said that it's financing terrorism. The art market came very cross, saying it's not true, with a lot of reports saying the contrary. But the UN security, they have documents they cannot display, of course. But for people working on cultural property, it doesn't, I would say it doesn't matter how much is the, you gave statistics from UNESCO on the exports, on UNESCO have been criticized very much because they say that after drugs and weapons, the art market is the third. I don't know where it came from. I refuse to say anything because I have no evidence. No, I don't know. It's not my work. I'm not there to, and we know how difficult it is to have statistics on anyway. And then you also have, the volume of objects which circulate, but you have everything which is under the table. How can you, there are researchers who work on this, but for us it's not the sense, the sensation of the, we don't need to quantify or to give, and the US security monitoring team was used to say how much a weapon costs, even what can you do with $1? A lot on some things, and so $1 would be enough to say that we have to do something against it. And of course, what you said about climate change is also, and natural disasters, is a lot go into illicit traffic, because we've seen when L'Aquila, several persons were caught coming on purpose there to steal. And climate change in Mongolia in particular, where paleontologic objects are coming to the air because of that, it's absolutely vital to do something.
And to Marta, if we have an idea how many objects are expatriated per year from our country now, after the law 124?
Actually, it's still too early, I think, because the law was implemented, as you know, at the end of 2020. So I think still this new law is now just 1 year. So, but I think the volume of the cultural property presented to the export office is raised incredibly. And the lack of employees working in the export offices and superintendents is really now an emergency. It's really an emergency.
And what you must know is that many offices are closing now because we don't have enough officers to manage. So, for example, in Tuscany, Florence is the only one working because Siena is closed and Pisa also is closed. So
what happens when the office?
yeah. And in 2019, only for a few months, we have a new regulation for a ministry, and there was a plan to create a new exportation office and to do this office independent. But after they change again at the end of the year, so we are still in the old situation. But we don't have a person. Also, Bologna is not working. Also, there is only one person, and also Verona is not working. There is only one person, and it's incredible. And we don't have money for cataloging the objects, because if we have now this law, we need more money to catalog what we have in the churches, what we have in the depository, everywhere, but we don't know. So I think this new law is a really dangerous law.
Yeah, I think also that we talk a lot about valorization, and the key element between protection and valorization is the study, and cataloging is the first step. So if we don't have money to know our heritage, I think valorization, it's very important, but comes next. After that, the first aim is the protection.
Yeah. And also this economical level, the threshold they put, 13,500. I don't know why 500. They put why 500. It's a very dangerous one, because what's happened? I am an art dealer. I have a group of sculptors. If I present all together, the value is more. So it's better to sell one each one. So I destroy what it is a complex. And the economical value is not the historical value. This is the problem. So, I mean, we have now a new category for the, for the cultural relevance, but if we don't have officers, if we don't have a database, if we don't have money to catalog, so what we can do? And the other problem is the auto-certification. Sometimes it's really funny reading the auto-certification. This is a Venetian painter, maybe but it's Tiziano. Really? I don't believe. I didn't know. Oh, really? It's Tiziano. And after, if you check on the catalog, you can find that it was Tiziano pen. And as Marina showed us, it's not so easy, the repatriation. When something is gone forever.
Not forever, but it's difficult.
For a long
I had a question for Marta, because that beautiful painting of San Paolo by De Vita, which I now
wasn't
think
De
they
Vita,
changed.
actually, was the attribution was changed because
to
we had the opportunity
Procaccini,
to
I
study
think.
it. Yeah.
And it was found that it actually was disappeared during the war from Santa Maria delle Grazie in Milano, Cappella Trivulzi, I think.
Cappella Borromeo.
Or Borromeo, even more important.
The chapel.
And so, will it remain at the Uffizi, or will it go back to Santa Maria delle Grazie?
At the moment, it will remain at Uffizi, but who knows in the future? I don't know what will be the deal. I don't know, but.
I think there is a question from Giacomo.
Keep you from the lunch just for 2 minutes.
I have a curiosity that might be of interest to our foreign audience as well. So Marina taught us that for restitution, you try to look to a link with the country where the object is to be repatriated. And, but for export control, it seems to me that you don't look at this particular link, because we saw that you don't look for an Italian artist or a piece of art that was made in Italy. So my question is, what is the time requirement for an object to be present in Italy before export control is triggered? Let's say I buy a Monet and I keep it for 1 day, then I want to resell it. Do I trigger export control? Or let's say there is an object passing by, perhaps in this case I would say no, but so I would like Marta and Anna to address this, if I made myself clear enough.
I think yes. If the artwork entered Italy legally or whatever, now it's in Italy and the Ministry of Culture didn't know it, you must present it to the export office to be exported. So the ministry has the knowledge, knows that the painting or the artwork is on its territory. 1 day is enough, yeah.
Can I add something we are a host of comparative lawyers, so just on a comparative perspective note. In France, the situation is different. In art export controls in France are applicable only if the artwork, if the item is in France at least by 50 years. So in French legislation, we have this threshold of 50 years. That is not the threshold that we have to take into account from when the artwork was created. It's the threshold that certify that the artwork can be under public control in France. Because this threshold was felt as needed in order, as you were saying, to evaluate, because then of course there is the evaluation process, but it was felt the need for having a certain amount of time in order that the object could be evaluated if could have been important for the French national cultural heritage. So I think that, it was an interesting point in terms of comparison.
Maybe my answer was a bit quick, because the cases are, if you want to import an artwork in Italy, you can ask for a license, which is called Certificato di Avvenuta Importazione. that if you get it from the export office, which is always the export office, I mean also for the import, your artwork will be kind of free from the declaration of interest, so it can circulate freely. Otherwise, if you don't ask for it, because it's not compulsory for the ministry to ask the certificate, and you keep it on the Italian territory, whenever you want to export it, you must ask for the certificate, and it can be also denied.
My guess about this threshold is that it's $15,000 at the average exchange rate of 2020.
I would like to add something based on the new regulation, not relatively new, 2019 880, the European Union on the import. So the amount of year will be 5 years before exercising controls at the import. So this will be the new harmonized rule applying all Europe, right, Marina? I don't know when it will be applicable. I think it's 2023. So 5 years will be the new standard for the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. This is maybe a little bit late. I'm a restorer, so there has been problems for while importing paintings for the time of restoration. And if the certification of avvenuta importazione has not been issued, it is a problem. There had been problems for exporting again the paintings. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think this kind of event aimed at a foreign audience should really raise awareness about all these things, because if the certificate is not compulsory, then really something you simply don't ask, and then you are done. You need a lawyer before, as usual.
I think it's time for to have a rest. Okay, to have a lunch. Yes.
So lunch will be served in the same room as the coffee break, okay?